Yo, what's happening? What's happening, y'all? Happy Friday. What's going on? Let me drop this link here. I think I got everything else done. So I had the I had the first interview that he had up, Mark Leda, for the soft white underbelly for this, but he actually deleted it or edited it. So he did something too. I think he deleted it, and he covered her breast area that he had on that was not covered. I don't know if he got a strike for it. I think he did because the video is completely gone and I can't get back to it. So I think that's what happened with it. But we're gonna pull up the other one. He interviewed a 13-year-old girl. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Anyhow, what are y'all up to? How's everything going? What's been going on these YouTube streets? Some crazy stuff. I ain't really been around too much today in Discord or any, you know what I mean? I've been kind of busy today. First things first, though, we have yeah, I know a lot of, you know what, though? He's got a big ass channel, Alicia. I don't know why he's interviewing kids now. I don't know. I mean, he interviewed her mother, but it still is like, yeah, Salty. See, I am too. I'm glad he blurred those out. I'm not sure if like he got a strike for that or if he just did it on his own. What's up?
What up, Queen?
What's happening, man? Um, uh, he actually let the interview was available for like 24 hours, I think, before he changed it or marked them out.
Oh, he probably got a bunch of comments like I would
Oh,
assume.
he did. They're really bad. They're on there now, and they're really really bad. So
I haven't liked him for a while. I used to watch stuff like back in the day, and then I just don't like how he takes advantage of addicts. In my opinion, that's taking advantage of an addict, offering somebody money for an interview when you know what they're going to do with it afterwards. It's my opinion, but yeah.
well, there's actually hold on, we're gonna play this too real quick. Or there's a big manhunt right now. Says urgent manhunt for suspect after a 16-year-old cheerleader was found dead. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Hey, B Tim, what's up?
Timbo.
Hey, what's up?
What's happening? I'm talking about this this girl that was murdered. Have you guys heard about it yet?
No.
All right, I'm gonna play this real fast. She was found her mother found her in the bathroom when she didn't show up to a Christmas parade.
In a small town shattered after the mysterious murder of a 16-year-old girl, a cheerleader was found dead by her mother after she was missing from the town's Christmas parade. Stephanie Ramos here with the story. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hi there, George. Good morning. The mother of a 16-year-old high school cheerleader says she was the one who made the horrendous discovery of her daughter's murdered body in their apartment, and she's demanding answers.
This morning, it's a murder mystery that has a tight-knit Texas community on edge and searching for answers.
16-year-old female not conscious. Mother is the caller stating she is not conscious.
A manhunt is underway for a suspect authorities say killed 16-year-old high school cheerleader Lisbeth Medina in the small town of Edna outside of Houston.
My head is just spinning everywhere, and I just want answers. I want justice.
Her mother, Jacqueline, speaking to our station, KTRK, saying she made the gruesome discovery Tuesday evening inside their apartment when she says she didn't see Lisbeth performing in the Christmas parade.
Nobody ever wants to see their child in a bathtub the way I found her.
No arrests have been made. Authorities are referring to the case as capital murder.
She was a kind heart. She would help anybody, even if she had to take the shirt off her back.
Overnight, Edna High School's football team honoring their fallen classmate who used to cheer them on, all wearing purple. Lisbeth's family exhausting their efforts to find answers.
You took an angel from me, and not only from me, from a lot of people who loved her, and he will pay. He'll pay.
The Texas Penal Code describes a capital murder as a murder committed in the course of another major crime and is punishable by the death penalty or life in prison. Guys, police are still actively searching for a suspect.
A heartbreaking story there.
Absolutely. Steph Ramos.
Damn.
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, that's horrible.
That's very bad. Really bad. Really sad that her mom had to find her like that. It's awful.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So Yeah, that's pretty sad. Anywho, yeah. So they have no suspects for that case at all, or they just basically they're still searching for that person.
Yeah, they're doing a manhunt, but I don't know who they're. I mean, they don't have any suspects that I'm aware of, so I'm not sure who they're manhunting. But I'm sure it'll come out eventually, or soon enough.
Yeah.
So anyhow, yeah, there's this is like going up. He's Mark is getting a lot of
Okay. So
really
I
bad.
mean, okay, fuck Mark. Mark's a piece of shit that lacks any sort of
Well, I mean, I
common
knew that.
decency.
I'm just saying he's getting a lot of slack, like for this, this interview.
I mean, the problem isn't the fact that he's getting slack for the interview. The problem is he lacks common decency, where he can just use his own empathy and thinking to himself and say, should I put a half-naked child on my video that you can see through her bra and just leave it up, and then leave a bullshit comment that says, well, maybe people should read the comment. Let me go up to BJ's investigate, because she had the comment up and she read it. Let me see what she said. 1 second.
It's unexcusable or inexcusable, excuse me. Literally. 13-year-old girl.
Yeah, it's a 13-year-old child who is being exploited by not only the men around her, but also being exploited by this man, Michael, who thinks like everyone else is a fucking snowflake because they think it's wrong to exploit a 13-year-old child on a YouTube platform and show her body to a bunch of strangers and pervs on this fucking platform. And like, this was his comment that he wrote. This is, I think, Liam BJ read this comment. His comment was in reply to everyone's opinion on how bad the interview was. And this is before he actually censored it out and actually had someone on his team, maybe YouTube, called him up and said, hey, this is going to get your channel deleted. I'm sure that he has a manager at this point with that many subs. It says here, this is from Soft White Underbelly. It says, this is what's really going on in our country. For those that can't stomach this information, you can just pretend that these kinds of stories aren't going on and get back to your wonderful lives. There was plenty of more salacious information that was not brought up in the talk in an attempt to make it palatable for more sensitive viewers. Tomorrow's upload will be an interview with Nova's mother. I believe there are things going on in our country that need to be addressed, and to change anything, we're going to have to understand the problem first. These videos hard to watch, as some are windows into the society we've created. They're a mirror onto ourselves. We can either start to understand and try to do something about it, or we can pretend it's not happening every day all over our country. It's up to you. And to my, it is a window. I agreed with BJ. It is a window into his soul, because he's a piece of shit and he's an exploiting piece of shit. And if we had a right and just society, you would be investigated by the police for this shit. But unfortunately, we lived in a very fucked up society, and you get to make money off the backs of this child.
Yeah. And the mother should feel ashamed of herself, in my opinion. Like, not in my opinion, you should feel ashamed of yourself. So, like, just.
I mean, like, if we had a right and just society, that man would be investigated. That man's channel would be gone. Like, are you joking? And this is a man who's is angry that there's pushback about it, and eventually he probably got some reports from YouTube that probably said, hey, you better fucking fix this.
Yeah, I think, who said this one? Let me go back up real quick. Jessica said, truth her, she wanted the publicity, in my opinion. I hope you're not talking about the daughter, Tess. Maybe the mother. But that's just a kid. That's a child.
Yeah, and this kid, I mean, so I was listening to Rabbit's Live, and I was listening to this, and basically the kid wants to be an attorney, I think public defender or something. How does this work out for her if you just posted her on a YouTube channel? The guy didn't even have the decency to give her a damn shirt. Okay? I mean, it took him 24 hours to realize that a person with the 1 second looking at knows what's going on. If you don't think Mark Leah has eyes, I don't have x-ray vision. And all of us saw what the fuck was the problem with the video. And I'm sure the guy who's a photographer who has a keen eye for details. Let's just say that much. He has a keen eye for motherfucking details, and I think he would agree with me on that one. Would see exactly the problem with the fucking video.
Of course, it's not a live video. They edit that afterwards. That was seen and put out. Point blank. Period.
And my question to Mark, if I ever get to a question, Mark, is this little girl who you exploited going on your fucking book on the cover? You know, your yearly bullshit book where you just put all the people that you exploit on there so people can have a conversational piece on their coffee table? Fucking bullshit, man. I wonder.
Can't agree more.
And then this guy does a fucking pan up and down, leaves that in on the edited version, a pan up and down of this little girl so that everyone can see her. All the pervs who really want to just like keep that for themselves can see it.
Right. Well, like I said, I think he got a strike. And yeah, we've seen Brandon's stuff. It's gross.
Yeah.
Anyhow, though, I think he got a guideline strike because this is new. This is a new video that he just did. He uploaded this just now.
Yeah.
1 hour ago. It's only got 2,000 views on it. So the last one, he had lots of views on it. But here's some of these.
200,000.
She said she was born in 2004. I certainly hope it's been censored. I mean, there's lots of comments disgusting. You could help without exploiting a child, for fuck's sakes. Like there's lots of comments on here that are
brutal in a good way, though. That's what people should be talking to him. I mean, come on now.
But
how does this guy think that this is okay for 1/10 of a second? He's staring at 13-year-old girl.
You call her a seasoned professional,
right?
She's raped daily and trying to take it and shut up about it. And then her mom, he interviewed her mother.
Yeah,
the next day. Her mother on here a few times, actually.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I can't believe this guy actually didn't realize what he was doing.
He let her sit up there like this with her breast showing. I mean, she's 13 years old. 13.
Yeah.
She's a fucking child. It's fucking disgusting.
She's barely a teenager.
And he just did the whole interview like this, the whole fucking interview, and then put her links down there below too. Dropped her links. I'm like, really?
Yeah, and if you don't realize how bad that is with the links dropping, this girl uses Instagram and there's disgusting human beings that use that to solicit her for certain services. So, I mean...
Hold on. Soft white underbelly interview and portrait of Nova, 13-year-old runaway in South Central LA, has been deleted. This video can be watched on the SWU subscription channel at
God. What a fucking piece of shit. What a
ad-free, uncensored videos and plenty of exclusive content. Please subscribe to the Soft White Underbelly subscription channel. It's $10 a month and watchable on Apple and Android mobile apps, Roku, Apple TV, blah blah blah. Here's the link to the GoFundMe campaign to help some of the people seen in SWU interviews.
What a piece of shit.
Was this a way for him to make money? Say, hey, go over here to watch this interview with all the bad publicity because everybody wants to.
What?
No, it's not that. And you got to be a little bit. Let's just.
What?
Be a little careful because they're.
So I don't even know. I didn't even hear what you said.
Careful about what?
Just be careful about certain allegations you make against a guy who's these types of people.
What allegations are you talking about?
You know, there's just a way the guy that makes money. That's the thing.
What?
Just saying. Just be careful. Be careful. Just saying. Don't worry. I don't know. I think the situation is that it's a real piece of shit move, Boston, when he basically deletes the video and puts it on another platform. And then, that shows
Zab girl. He pulled a Zab girl.
That's what I'm saying.
Since I can't have a minor on YouTube, interview a minor on YouTube, I'm going to just put it in my Patreon, or I'm going to put it on another link on
from over here
or whatever. Yeah.
I have a question though for you guys. Do you think he put the unedited version on his other channel? Is that what it's implying?
I'd have to go over there and see for myself before I spoke on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
But I ain't paying no $10 to go look, so I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, is that what, do you think that's what he's implying? That it's basically the unedited version is over there, the more salacious version is over there, and you can pay him $10 to watch this salacious version where he's exploiting this child.
I'm guessing so, because the interview is still up. Clearly, you still see it playing. It's not taken down, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, you see it playing right here. So he says,
Boy.
how's it taken down? If you see it playing, you see it playing right now. It's playing in front of your face.
Ploy.
So it says soft white underbelly interview and portrait of Nova, a 13-year-old runaway in South Central LA, has been deleted. The video can be watched on the SW subscription channel. So yeah, obviously he put the original that he deleted up there. He edited out her breast area where right here where her shirt opens or whatever, where it's a see-through shirt, and put the video back up. So yeah, I would almost guarantee, yeah, that's what he's got going on.
Yep.
So I guess Boston's statement is correct. Holy fuck.
It's very easy to see. It's very, a little bit of a ploy. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it's fucking gross. So, yeah, I would say so. I mean, that's the original. Well, that's not the original interview. The original interview, no, there's no shirt. Like, there's no, like, it's just like it's almost like a see-through swimming suit top or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a see-through swimming suit top.
I'm happy I didn't see that one.
Well,
Yeah, even blurred, it fucking looks bad. It makes me feel fucking dirty even having her on my screen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even fucking having her up there. It's fucking disgusting that he even did that. I can't believe that he's not getting more backlash than he's already got. You know what I mean? I'm surprised.
Well, I'm sure
it's fucking disgusting.
Well, Queen, I'm sure he'll jump on Adam 22 and complain about how lonely fucking housewives are getting too sensitive about his work, like he did last time, complaining about the last backlash.
Crip Mac, what's his name? Is that his name? Crip Mac, black dude with a tats on his face. What's his name? He's dating the mother. What's his name? I think it was Crip Mac. He's friends with Adam 22, so that could happen. I mean, I could see that.
No, he already did. He did that with Lima.
I saw the Lima one. Yes. Oh, you're right. So yeah, there you go. There's the connection.
And he was complaining about people like angry about him with that whole Lima thing, and Adam excused it away while talking about and then he was advertising some sort of pornography like ad space for Adam 22, which is like, I don't know, kind of an inappropriate ad space.
That's going to be there forever. You know what I mean? Even if she gets clean, even if she changes her life, that's going to be there forever.
Yeah, it's a pretty fucking shitty situation. And the man didn't even give a fuck to even just say to himself, "Hey, let's give this little girl a sweater at the very least, some pants, and maybe cover her face, censor her face, maybe do like what they do for like protective witnesses where they close up, like cloud out the face." But the truth of the matter is, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, go.
You go.
The truth of the matter is this is not about like an interview where you're trying to get into the life of people and trying to get a point of view of people. He wants to have the most shocking imagery on his screen. So because that's what makes the views. That's what sells things.
Did her mother sign off on this? Is this how this happened? That's the only thing I can think of. Like, how can someone be on a platform that what they're talking was 18 and up, right? So she's 13 and she's wearing something that's see-through, right? So how does that happen? Like, how is that legal?
Well, she's leaving. Like, no, she's living by. What my understanding in the interview is that she is like living by herself. She's going from house to house. And she's doing things for money that no little girl should be doing for money.
Mom doesn't have custody, Stefan's mom said.
Yeah, and the grandmother, I don't know what the situation with the grandmother is, but she is taking care of herself and she's doing these things. And let's just say I listened to some of the interview and it's not good.
Oh, Crip Mac went back to jail yesterday. That's not surprising. You know who that is, Tim, right? You see him on M22, Crip Mac?
I don't know what Crip Mac is.
He's like black dude, tats on his face, always wearing a blue shirt. Crip.
Don't watch Adam 22. Only time I watched him about Adam 22.
Aiden Ross. You watch Aiden Ross and his little friend that always.
No. I watched this video earlier. To be fair, I was mostly listening to my earbuds because I was running errands, but then I glanced and I didn't notice it just looked like a bikini top. Well, I mean, you would think a photographer like this guy who's a photographer would be able to notice these things, but I have a sneaking suspicion that, I have my opinions on that. Let's just say I'm gonna keep quiet about my opinions just for a live stream, just in case, because these guys are kind of litigious, like they're just.
Tim in the back. That's Crip Max, just so you can get some eyeballs on him.
Okay, who's Crip?
You might notice him when you see him.
No clue. He kind of looks like the kid, those what was those, the Little Rascals? He looks like one of the kids from the Little Rascals, but older.
He's
an African American.
He's doing a bunch of YouTube stuff now. Like he's on with Aiden Ross every once in a while. And then who's that little kid on Aiden Ross that always talks a lot of shit to people? Like,
don't know.
Never watch Aiden?
I don't watch Aiden Ross. He's a piece of shit.
I know. That's the reason why I watch him with chicks. He's a douchebag.
Mm-hmm. The children, youth, until otherwise, are either with a parent or guardian and legally emancipated, neglected, abused, vulnerable, or disadvantaged, not independent without structure in place. Not this. Yeah. But what's your thoughts? Did you watch the actual, like a little bit like Rabbits and stuff like that?
No, I couldn't get a lot through. It was great. It was really, really, because I heard about it first. Who was talking about it last night? Then I went to go peek on a little bit on it. And, yeah, it's gross. But a lot of people, we were talking about in the Discord. I guess you know how the camera, he pans up and down?
Yes, he did that, and he kept that for his edited version.
Fucking, whoever's editing his video, in charge of editing his videos, is part of the problem, obviously, as well.
No, the problem is him. He purposely puts that there. Would you please ask QB to cover the girl up in the thumbnail?
Huh?
Nicole B has that comment. When Queen Bee's back.
No, I can't change the thumbnail right now. I'm in the middle of a live. No, I'm not going to be able to do that right now.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. How he talks seems he has zero education, guys, dealing with the situation and does what he does with. I don't know. I don't think he should be talking to a 13-year-old girl and interviewing her like that. That's just exploitation, man. This girl's being exploited already, and you just exploit her more.
That's all he does is exploit people, and now he's doing it to kids. That's crossing even a bigger line.
Yeah, Rabbit did a live, and then BJ Investigates did a live. I think she did it on her Surprise Witness channel, I think, was it? Yeah, the Surprise Witness TV channel. Yeah, that one, she did it.
And a lot of people like this guy for the, I'm just going to say this guy, you know what I mean? Because of the stuff he does with the Whitaker. That's all dinero in the bank. He ain't doing it. If he wasn't making money off it, he wouldn't be doing it. Let's just put it that way. In my opinion.
Well, he learned, if you watch the documentary, and I think BJ Investigates kind of did like a semi-documentary on him. And I think he learned that when he does regular photography books without any sort of controversy to them, they don't sell too well. But whenever there's like a controversy to something, it allows him to like just quadruple the sales of books and stuff like that. And I think he just basically realized this type of stuff works very well. And the Whitakers, I think, is one of the examples, as you pointed out. And he does this kind of does these interviews with these people who are homeless and stuff like that. And I'm kind of against that, but a lot of these people are, they're adults. They can consent to being interviewed. I mean, if they want to be on there to be interviewed, then they want to be on there to be interviewed.
They don't want to be interviewed, Tim. They want that whatever they get compensated for money-wise, because that's the truth. That's going right in a lot of their veins. You know what I mean? They're smoking that up in the sec. He knows where that money's going, so he's.
You can't make an assertion of claims. He knows where he has a thought of where the money's going. You can
Okay, here's a thought of where money to a drug addict's going. I mean, come on, let's be real here. Let's not beat around the fucking bush. It's the truth.
Well, it's
I hear what you're saying.
your thoughts. Just to try not to make statements of facts.
In my opinion.
That's good. You're covered there. Yeah, you're covered.
It's gross. I'm an ex-addict, a former addict, I should say. We're still recovering addict because that's what you are your entire life. It's just it's wrong.
And well, I have a lot of thoughts, and the only good thing, yeah, I mean, it is wrong, but the problem is the 13-year-old can't consent. 13-year-old can't consent. Can't consent to an interview. Can't consent to be, I mean, she can't consent. And this guy is putting this little girl on there. It's fucked up. And then instead of, you go.
Tim, why though? Why are they letting that happen? Like what? I don't understand how that's even legal.
Why is it legal? Because the guy. I mean, I don't know why YouTube lets it happen. That's the question I have. I mean, heavens forbid you say one little thing, a little ding you. I remember when Alicia was up here and she was talking about her condition, and like somehow that dinged the channel for some reason. But like you having a 13-year-old.
I tried to change the thumbnail. It won't let me do it. I tried to go in and do it just now. It won't let me do it. So I'll have to wait till after the live to take her other picture off of there.
Okay.
So. And I mean, if he's talking about sex work with her, right, at that age, how is that not a crime?
Yeah, that's a crime that other people are facilitating. Yes, that is a crime.
I guess it's frustrating. I don't know how YouTube would even let that up there. He's been warned, though. I heard he's been warned a lot lately, and that's why he kind of did his own thing on his own little platform, or he's starting to do this thing on his own little whatever, website that is, or whatever it is. I heard him put a community post he put out there saying that they're starting to censor him big time.
Well, that's what he's claiming. I mean, I don't think it's censoring to basically have common decency not to have
agreed
naked child on your platform and then interviewing about her being exploited by disgusting men. I mean, like at the very least, I probably would have, because the cat's out of the bag right now. I mean, he's irresponsible as an adult. He should have knew better. He should have, said to himself, you know what? There's a lot of perverts online, and maybe I don't want to contribute to the world's problem. A lot of times his excuse is, well, the world is a bad place, and, you can't hide over everything in the shadows. But it's like, bro, you've contributed to this world being an even worse place.
This is Nova's mother right here.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, that's her.
I know it's her. I'm saying this is Nova's mother. I know it is her. I'm putting it up here so other people can see. This is her. She actually talks about her, references her in this.
I'm just regular, but not regular. And I'm not regular because I'm making sure I'm not going to be regular. I don't want to be regular. I'm trying to teach y'all bitches. And it's just like, And now I'm becoming a legend out here in these streets. And everybody wants to talk shit and say, oh, the mom must not give a fuck. Man.
So here she is talking about Nova right here.
Wow. I have a question. How much do those nails cost? Like you're getting your nails done, you're getting these tattoos and everything, and your daughter has to do terrible things so she can get braces in her mouth.
Y'all know our mamas gave a fuck and we still did whatever we wanted to do. Let's be for real. We live in LA. It's so many shit out here. This is not a little small town. This is the big city, baby. So we're out here.
What's your relationship like now with your mom and dad?
So that's why in my interview, I was like, my relationship is not really that good with my mom now because.
And it won't be with your daughter if you keep this up.
Yes, Mr. She wants to be a legend. Yeah, she is very pretty. It is heartbreaking.
Every time it gets better, and something goes bad in my life, like for instance, my daughter, not trying to blame my daughter, but my mom looks down on that. Like, I thought she was just doing good and now she's back. So my mom is like, if you ain't doing all the way good, she don't want to fuck with you. That's why. And I feel like I done fucked up so much. That's why I'm telling my daughter, if you fuck up so much, people just gonna look at you like, I mean, my daughter's going fast. Oh, so.
All right, here she goes talking about how fast her daughter goes.
Jesus.
I think it's fucking bullshit that he even gave I don't know. I mean, I think that he gave Nova an interview because of her mother, in my opinion.
I didn't think of that.
But my mom, she hit my mom. She's been stole from my grandma. So you can imagine the relationship between me and my family now. My daughter does a lot, bro. Like even my baby father that I don't talk to, she was talking to him. And I posted it on my Instagram, like, this is, why is he talking to her? This is not right. Basically on some pedophile type shit. Because he had sent her some money. But I don't care because you don't talk to me. So I just was like, okay, whatever. So I posted it and they got my page deleted. And I was just like, that's what I'm saying. You tell the truth.
Are you serious?
But
Wow.
see, the question is, listen, if she got paid, would it be okay if her daughter got paid?
There you go.
I said, but if she was getting paid, it would be okay if her daughter was getting paid. That's the thing.
Yep.
Comments are turned off on the video. I bet they are. Oh, I bet they are.
He's getting lit up right now.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, I feel like she groomed her daughter. In my opinion, she groomed her own daughter. Yes.
In my opinion as well.
Yeah, and I think that was a weird comment where she stated her.
Down. So even the police, they don't really help too much. So I'm gonna have to end up figuring this out. But I'm coming up with a plan for my daughter because I know that it's real serious. The internet is involved. Family ain't fucking with us. It's like leaving only me. You know,
a lot of chaos.
A lot of chaos. And you think I'm about to sweat? I don't have no time to. I'm so busy literally taking care of kids. And a lot of people were saying, oh, well, where do your kids be at? Obviously, somewhere away from all of this bull crap, because while I'm out in the street not out in the street doing nothing bad, but like, I want my kids safe. My daughter got we go out, we do things. We still go to the park. We still go to the mall.
You have the other 4 kids under your roof?
Yes, so within.
Wow.
So she got other kids watching this go on.
Wow.
Yeah.
What ended up happening was, and the interview when I first sat with you, you asked me, did I have my kids? I had all of them. We were all like happily ever after, living in our apartment. Well, when I went to Texas and my daughter ended up going to jail, my son was like, Mom, can I stay? And I felt so bad because I'm like, you don't want to come back with me? And he was like, I just want to play basketball. But I knew my son, he wanted the stability. He was like, bitch, I don't know where we about to go now. We done just drove all the way out here. Where you about to go next? New York? So he just wanted to stay with his friends, play basketball. And I'm like, you know what? You haven't even been being bad. So you can stay here with my mom. I know she's strict. I know you ain't gonna get in trouble out here. But I felt like kind of less of a parent again because I'm like, here we go again, getting split up. And, I want all my kids together, but I have to chunk that up. So I said, okay, I have 4 of the girls. Let me just go. And the fact that my daughter is still doing what she's doing, I'm like, so what do we do all this for? I could have still had my son with me. So, I talk to my son every other day. You know how it is. Sometimes I don't talk to him for like a week. And I'm like, why you not calling me? Because I be just so busy.
And he's in Texas?
Yeah.
Did that make any sense to you, Queen? I don't know.
She left her older son and took her daughter's.
Oh, that part, yes.
Yeah, and then she was bitching about the fact that that basically like, oh, the daughter turned out bad, so I could have had my son with me.
There you go.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, she's a shit parent. I mean,
and she's like, it's almost like she's playing the blame game. Like, it ain't my fault. You're a parent. You're supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So.
And you have 4 girls?
4 girls. They're in school now. See, at first they weren't in school. I was just like at home. They were always with me. I got into a relationship, which we broke up already. Once again, because of my daughter again. Like, y'all just don't even know what I deal with. I was dating C-Mac. Everybody knows. And when I was dating him, a lot of people was hitting him up. Like, she was on Soft White Underbelly and she's a sugar baby. Her daughter's a prostitute. He was like, whoa, what? So I had to break it down like, oh, what happened was, but I had to keep it real with him. Like, you've been around gangs and all that. It's kind of like the same thing, it's very addictive and it's toxic and it's hard to get out of. And he
and that's true. It's very addictive. It's very toxic and it's very hard to get out of. That's why a lot of girls don't want to get out of it.
Yeah. Age 13, she never should have been introduced to any of that shit. I know it happens in certain circumstances, but this is a whole, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just what it is.
So, I mean, at this point, can I ask a question? Why isn't Mark like calling up like the authorities to report this woman and get this child out of this facility and try to get this child some help? Why is he just sitting there and just doing an interview and He just doesn't care. Like, what the fuck? And you know what I mean? Like, doesn't make sense. Why even do the interview? Why
You know the
didn't-
answer to that, Tim. You know the answer to that.
Well, I was gonna say it. I mean, truth be told, it's not his place to get her help.
Well, truth be told, it's his place to call up the authorities and say there's a crime being committed. This little girl is like living homeless, has no home.
He don't have to. That's the thing. He's not a
Yeah, you don't have to.
reporter.
But morally, I agree, Tim. He should be doing that. 100%.
Should be. Yeah, he should definitely be. But he's
Right.
not a mandated reporter. You know what I'm
Nah.
saying? So he
Yeah, I
doesn't
feel
have
you.
to.
So if he's not a mandated reporter, why is he like interviewing all these people who are like mentally ill and all this?
Because he wants to interview people and make money and views and stuff. I mean, I'm just saying. That's in my opinion. I don't know
Ding,
why.
ding, ding. Yep.
Why
Yeah.
else would somebody go find people off the streets and interview them? You know?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I mean, he's not the only one that does it, but he's got a huge channel from it. But I think a lot of his stuff came from the
Winnikers.
Yep, the Whitakers. Yep, because he exploited the fuck out of them, in my opinion.
Still does.
Yeah, yeah.
No, everybody thinks that he's helping them. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen BJ talk about all the GoFundMe he's had.
Yeah.
Shit.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ. You know, and it just sickens me. Like he sits there on his fucking moral high horse talking about, oh, you guys just want to ignore the problem, and I'm here out in the streets, and I'm like, bro, you're no different than the people you're exploiting these people. You're not helping these people. Like what? You're giving them like $200, $300, and you make like $10,000, $20,000 from these people.
I bet it's less than that.
Let's say $5,000 he makes from these people. He's still making a profit.
No, I'm saying he gives them less than that. I bet that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure he does. I mean, like, in my opinion, I'm sure he does. But it's just, come on, man. Like, how is this man? I just, like, for legal reasons, I can't say my fault. So, because we're already in one situation, and I got to be careful with this type of crew. But
listen, this person might want to be careful himself for what he's doing on YouTube.
A professional photographer, not seeing what other people can see in less than 10 seconds of viewing, tell me that's a little odd. Just saying.
You don't think that was for shock? He did that for. I mean, it's. Come on now.
For legal reasons.
I hear you.
For civil reasons, I'm trying not to say that. So, yeah. Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, there was somebody in the chat saying he really isn't doing anything wrong by interviewing her. What's he doing by interviewing her? What's wrong with it? And I'm like,
well, if he's doing an interview, he could. You go.
No, I just said, well, I mean, interviewing a child. I mean, where was her mother? And I'm guessing she was probably sitting right there next to him. I didn't even think about that.
I heard she was there.
Yeah. Do you know what you know? If you were doing an interview, you wouldn't need to film a half naked child. You could probably
Well,
do
he
like
says
that.
that he brings them in off the streets. He doesn't dress them. He doesn't none of that.
Well, I mean,
how they're dressed. Which, don't get me wrong, he could have given her a shirt. I agree with that. I'm just saying. He said before in his videos that he brings them in off the streets and does interviews. He doesn't give them any drugs. He doesn't give them anything other than probably pay to do the.
My point being is that he could have easily did a blank script, like kind of like a censor of her entire body if it was just about an interview with her and to figure out her lifestyle. He doesn't have to show her face.
I mean, he didn't even have to show her body at all. He could have just done the interview with an avatar, you know what I mean, or whatever.
Yeah,
He could have done it how he did it, how he put it out just last time, blurred her out, but they didn't do that.
So that I call that whole she wants to interview her. That's just bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. I feel like this is like it's such an easy argument because if it was all about the interview, why take photos of people? Why it's not. It's a situation where he knows this is not knows. In my opinion, it seems to me, in my opinion, that it is a shock value in this stuff. And it feels like that, in my opinion, in my thought process, all this stuff. And it works because we're all talking about it and everyone's pissed off about it. But guess what? What did YouTube do?
He's still getting the views for it though. Well, I mean, I guess he deleted that first video though, so a lot of the views went down the drain.
Well,
on
well,
his first one, but
well.
now he's
Then
charging money. Now he's charging $10 for people to go on a different platform to go see the original interview with her breast out.
well, allegedly, we don't know.
Sorry, showing.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's what he put in the description, Tim. His own description. That's what that was in there.
No, I didn't. I don't think he said.
That was the link to it, was it? Queen, wasn't that the link in his own description to go see the full?
Yeah, he said the original video was deleted, and if you wanted to go watch it, you could go watch it on the soft white underbelly for $10.
Let me see.
It's in there, Tim. Queen showed it earlier.
Deleted. I just read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm just not sure if it's censored or not. That's what the thing is. If he censored it on his website, if not,
I didn't go. Yeah, I didn't go look at his website.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Let me see.
But it said Cocktail Dress says it says uncensored.
Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, you're right. It does say uncensored. Holy fuck.
So yeah, I mean that would be uncensored would mean the original interview that has no cover.
Yeah, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it off. He would have kept it on YouTube.
That makes me wonder if he can get in trouble for child.
Oh, he should. He should. I mean, like, how is this allowed? Like, no one's investigating this. Like he's blatantly disregarding the laws here. Like, yes, this is a blatant disregard for all the laws here. Like,
but see, the thing is, what if he got consent from her mother to do the interview?
I don't care.
She should be in trouble.
This woman doesn't look like she could consent to put cheese on a fucking sandwich for a sandwich at a deli. Okay, this woman.
No, I know. I'm not. Don't be getting mad at me. Listen, I'm just saying. On the flip side, what if she's as her mother, as the adult? What if she's the one that gave the permission for the interview?
Yeah, I get it, and she can't give consent.
Or you know what I'm saying? To me, I feel like she might have even been the one to introduce them for her to have an interview. You know what I mean?
Allegedly, in my opinion, I think that could be correct. Yeah,
that's what it kind of seems like. I mean,
didn't he interview her first?
Yeah, this is her second interview, I'm guessing, because she said when she was talking to her boyfriend that she had to explain to her boyfriend why she did the interview. C-Mac was her boyfriend.
Yep, C-Mac. That guy's a fucking toad.
I don't even know who the fuck he is.
Goofball.
It just aggravates me. And it really aggravates me that this guy is just sitting here and like YouTube is not doing anything. Authorities just letting this piece of shit just exploit this little girl. Just fucking disgusts me. Like the same old people that like exploiting this little girl, this guy's doing it, and then he's gonna sit on his moral high fucking horse and act like we're the problem. Fucking piece of shit. I swear to God, this person should go to jail. What a piece of shit.
Feeling that something could come down to him for this because again, she's 13. Again, you could see her. I mean, I don't like to say the word, right? So it's like I don't think he's out of the woods just yet.
And this guy, in his big thing, he decides to freaking put the uncensored version on his website. So he didn't think the problem was that he wasn't censoring it or that he was exploiting this little girl. It was just that he was getting heat on YouTube. That he was just he might have gotten his channel dinged by YouTube eventually. Jesus fucking Christ! And this guy is going out, finding new people to fucking interview. And just fucking exploit them. And then you got people giving him congrats.
Well, yeah, because if her shirt was covered up, do you think people would have threw such a fucking fit about it? Do you think they would have said anything? I believe it possibly might have been looked over. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Do you think people would?
Well, she doesn't have custody. She can't give consent, right?
Excuse me.
Jules was just saying if she has. She said. If she doesn't have consent, or where is it right here? Does the mother have custody of her? If she doesn't, is she allowed to even give consent?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think she does.
No, the answer is no. She doesn't have custody.
That means you wouldn't be able to give consent then, right?
I think you're right though, Queen. If like If she had a shirt on, I think people wouldn't have put up a stink. Sadly, I think it would have not been noticed.
Well, yeah, because it's not illegal to interview somebody. I mean, it's not illegal. You can interview a child. It's not illegal to interview a child. The only difference is this one, she wore a see-through top. And he still, instead of having her change or giving her something to wear, he still decided to interview her. And not only interview her, he put it on a public platform and exploited the situation, in my opinion.
Well, still exploiting because he has it on his other website now. So, what a piece of shit. Like,
I don't think he's the only piece of shit, though. I think this one right here, too.
Yeah. A little bit, but it's like when I'm not in his face, he flips out. So,
and it says Tanya or whatever, follow-up. So this is her follow-up interview.
Yeah.
For the record, we really broke up because I have to be a mom and I can't really be with him all day long how he wants me to. So I'm like, damn, why are you making it seem like I got so much baggage? Like, make it happen. You know, be with me for a few days, handle business. If you can't do that, and you can't keep on bringing up my daughter, because if you're not helping, like literally, don't say nothing about it. You know, what did they say? If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. So I just feel like I wasn't too hard on him because he don't have no kids, so he don't know. So people with who don't have kids,
raising kids is hard.
Yeah, they be like, oh, I would never let my daughter do that. Well,
raising
shit,
5 kids is gotta be really hard.
By yourself too. And you know, I never really had no help because I told you these guys, they're so jealous of what I do, how I make money, or me being around guys, other guys. You got to be strong for that. They think I'm cheating every 5 minutes, but whatever. So me and C-Mac did what we did. I don't like his attitude when it comes to like my daughter. That's what I don't like. Like, he talks a lot of shit about her, and she was talking a lot of stuff about him too. I'm like, stop talking about this grown ass man. I don't like him for you, Mom. And then we broke up. Oh, I wish you guys were together again, Mom. She's such a fucking manipulative kid, I'm telling you. But she's smart. She gets it from
13. Me. She's 13 years old.
She just said it right there. She gets it from me. She gets it from me. She just said it right there. She gets it from me. That's exactly where she gets it. She gets it from her. A child is absorbent. Come on, man.
Grown ass man. I don't like him for you, Mom. And then we broke up. Oh, I wish you guys were together again, Mom. She's such a fucking manipulative kid, I'm telling you. But she's smart. She gets it from me. Like I'm
this lady needs to go to jail.
She's correct. She gets it from her mom. She's watching her mom. Smart. She gets it from her fucking mom, period.
I'm like, if you're smart enough to be manipulative like that, you could use it towards something else. I mean, you're not going to be perfect, but what you're doing is crazy.
No, she's a very bright young girl.
Right.
But she's applying it in a way that's not really going to.
She cheating. Because let me tell you, she's using manifestation. She's using spirituality. She's using God in a good way. You know, like when she needs God, as she should, she prays. But I feel like because she knows that she has that, like those tools, she's going to like use them. So she's like, oh, all I got to do is ask God for forgiveness. Oh, all I got to do is, call my mom, and she's pretty positive. She'll get over it. I'm not getting over it. I'm just moving forward because, like I said, life is we're going to deal with all this. Even if I was doing perfect, Mark, which I was. People in the comments was like, because you had pinned my God sent to me a page, right? They were confused. Well, I have been on my spirituality. I will always forever be a sugar baby until I get into a serious relationship. But I really took it to another level, educating myself on like life. Because I seen my daughter growing up. I seen her having mood swings before she ran away. Before she ran away, I seen in her phone her lying about her age, her sending nudes and stuff like that. So I didn't know she was going to be bold enough to go on Fig. But it was when she ran away and seen other runaways, and then obviously ran into another prostitute. Has nothing to do with mommy. But coincidentally, and it's okay because God does these things. I did the interview at the same time that she jumped off the porch and got on Fig. And she probably did take some pointers. But then she told me, like, Mom, I got out there and I realized, like, it's not like how it seems. So she knows.
Did she really just say that she didn't get it from her? Does she really believe that? You don't think her child looked? I'm stunned. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, her daughter watched her, go in and out or do different things. You know what I mean? Different men.
But it wasn't her. But it wasn't her fault, Queen. You know what I mean? She didn't see her do it. It was she saw somebody else. Take responsibility. Fuck.
Well, she probably did. She probably did see other people doing it. She probably did see it on Figaro. I mean, when that's not no place to be out there. That's not no fun and games.
I feel you in that, but you don't think she saw, knew what was going on with mom first? I mean, come on, now we know that.
Well, yeah, if her mom's a sugar baby, she's watching her mom sleep with different men and get things for her. So, right, this is generational. Yep, I swear to God, they're right there. Yep.
There you go.
That's a horrible behavior for her child, for her children. Yes, absolutely. That's why. Why do you think her son wanted to stay with her mom, stay with his grandma?
I didn't even hear that part down. Yeah, makes sense.
Yes.
That's what he said. He said that himself. He wanted to stay. He told his mom, "Mom, I want to stay here. I want to stay here. I want the stability." She said the same thing. He wanted the stability. I'm sure this is probably, you know, in my opinion, not her only child this is going to happen to. This is probably, you know, she's got 4 daughters.
Right? But with this fame that she has to keep it going. So I feel like if she just stops, maybe her little bitty mind would think, oh, I threw in the towel. I couldn't do it. I look like a failure. I know how you could feel. But think about this. These same people who are talking about you, they really don't care too much about your life. They really just, they're there for entertainment. So whatever you choose to entertain them with, be careful, because it's really fucking up your life at the same time. And then they're laughing, and then you're crying at night, and then you're doing your mother like this, and you only get one mom, and then you got me as a mom, bitch. No. But I really feel like she needs to I'm not disowning her, but you know what? Children's Services is gonna have to get you, because it's just like, what are you gonna keep doing? Prostituting until somebody kidnap your ass, sodomize your ass, kill you? So it's just like, she bold. I just don't get it. And it must be a guy in her ear. And guess what? Whoever, it sucks for them, because I have 8 missing reports out on her. So within the year, it's been 8 reports. Whoever goes down for this little girl, it will be human trafficking, because they just put it in that category. If they catch her across the border, let's just say Vegas, they told me that is a federal charge. So for y'all pimps out there thinking y'all about to get Nova and all of that, a pimp, I'm telling you, called me like last month, and he was like, I got your daughter, and I got her. But she left again. So the internet doesn't know how many times she leaves. She just left.
She told
5
me she's
days
going
ago.
out of town.
Huh?
Did you happen to call the police when she, like, this is fucking
Yeah,
whack.
she just said, yeah, she did. She said
She
she,
did.
had, she said she had 8 reports on her.
Can I have a general question? If there is a missing persons report made out, wouldn't it be like Mark's responsibility legally or whatnot to basically, if he has a missing person in front of them, to call the police and say, so-and-so missing person is sitting in my office?
You're not obligated to. Neither am I. Neither.
What about missing child, Queen?
She said there's like 5 or 6 like reports, missing persons report.
She said she had 8 total.
Oh, okay, 8. I mean, I get that she. I mean, wouldn't it be?
I mean, I'm just saying, there's people who don't give a fuck. Like, it's not their responsibility. They turn their head the other way. They turn their cheek the other way. They're not getting involved in it.
Just like how he's accusing us of turning our heads away from the tragic world that, you know, he's putting a photo lens on. Like, he's doing the exact same thing. This girl has multiple reports of being missing, and he can't even pick up his goddamn phone and say, hey, there's some missing little girl who's 13 years old. I'm doing an interview
for it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the same thing. But right, good egg. She's probably not actively missing. She's a habitual runaway. She'll run away. You know, she'll run away, get brought back home. She'll run away, get brought back home. She'll run away, be brought back home. She just said a pimp brought her home. A pimp called her and said, I got your daughter, and brought her back home to her. She ran away again. All the cops can do is bring him back home. I mean, if she's not an active runaway, what's he going to do? Call the police and say, I got a girl here, I'm doing an interview? I mean, I guess I don't understand. What?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so what are the police going to do? The police are going to come out there and be like, okay, you're doing an interview with her, and what? So what? So then what?
Well, I mean, before the interview, not after the interview, not do the interview. You know what I mean? Like, hey, maybe realize
before the interview. Okay, so he calls the police on her. Do you think she's going to sit there and do an interview? No.
No, that's the thing. I mean, he shouldn't be doing the interview as it is. Of course, he's not going to be able to do the interview. That just shows like what his.
But Queen is pointing out that his whole goal is to get the interview, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Right, his entire fucking goal was to get the goddamn interview, to get the views. Why would he call the police and have the police come out there and talk to her when they're not going to do anything anyway?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that
the cops call. Okay, so let's see here. The cops come out there. They don't have a report for an active runaway. Yeah. They don't have her mom's sitting right there. Mark Lada's sitting right there. What are the cops going to do? What are they going to do?
I mean,
they're not going to arrest her. They're not going to arrest Mark, and they're not going to take the 13-year-old to jail because she does not have an active.
No, they're going to take her home.
Report.
Wherever she is. wherever her home is. But at the same time, he could have done that as opposed to doing
her
the
mom's
interview.
right there. The cops can't take her home. Her mom's right there.
Nah, she don't got custody. That's what they were saying. She don't have custody.
She'll run away. She runs away. She runs away from her grandma. That's what she just said.
No, I feel you on that, but he could have still, right, called the cops and had her brought back home. You know what I mean? Yeah, it wouldn't have worked probably, right? She would have ran back away again. Or maybe there's that 0.5% chance, that 0.5% out of 100, that she might have stayed. Who knows? But he had that choice.
Yeah, he chose.
Honey, I don't think you've lived that lifestyle, so you don't really know what.
Yeah, the Queen's basically saying it's like no matter what happens, that little girl is going to run away, and there's not going to be
right. Take her home. The cops take her home, and she turn around and fucking leave.
But you know what?
She walks down the driveway and she's gone again. I mean,
you know what? My thought process is that you could just
exactly. He don't want to be known as somebody to call the cops because if he does, no drug addicts or fucking pimps or anybody's gonna fuck with him. Why would they fuck with him if he calls the police? Hell no.
Makes him more of a douchebag.
But you know what? Maybe that's a problem. Like, why the fuck? I mean,
he's got 5 million subscribers. Do you think he gives a fuck if you think it's a problem? He don't give a fuck if I think it's a problem. He don't give a fuck if you know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. He's got 5 million subscribers. He does not give a fuck.
Yeah, I know. It's just very
That's
deflating.
the problem.
It's very deflating that this little girl doesn't have a home. The system doesn't have any sort of safeguards that just brings her into some sort of safe area.
Right.
And this guy's exploiting her. Her mother's fucking just doesn't give a fuck about her. And basically disgusting human beings are just giving her money to exploit her sexually.
Can I say something real quick? Good egg. They don't just bring runaways home. The runaways go to jail. Then that would probably be the best thing for her to go to jail or at juvie than being on the streets.
No, they wouldn't bring her to jail because she didn't commit a crime technically. So it's like Child Protective Services probably need to be called or something. But I don't know.
I'm sure they already have.
Yeah. But that's a pretty broken ass system too. So it's pretty deflating.
You don't see it? Okay, Pecan Pie said, I don't see it as exploitation.
Damn.
What don't you see as
everybody's
exploitation?
entitled to their own fucking opinions. I know that some people have a really hard time with that. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, but first I would ask, what don't you see as exploitation? I would probably ask for like a further explanation.
Miss Pecan Pie.
In this age. Because I'm confused too. I feel like that's
All right,
exploiting.
here before. Okay, so look, check this out. I'm gonna cover this up, and we'll put some of her interview on real quick and listen. Listen to this. Listen to how young she sounds, and I mean, she just doesn't even sound like she. Listen to the mom, okay? We just listened to the mom, right? We just had her on. Now we're gonna listen to the daughter for a few minutes.
Like since like 4 or 3 years ago. So that's why now I'm just used to it. But
Who are you staying with now?
she didn't like 13. When I moved with my mom, my whole life just like changed. And what I mean by change, I mean like my mom, she showed me different stuff. Like before I got with her, I lived in Beverly Hills. I was with different people.
Who are you staying in Beverly Hills with?
With my grandparents.
Grandparents, okay.
First I stayed with my mom's mom, and then I moved with my great grandparents. My mom's mom.
Did you just hear what she said? She was around people with different mindsets. Hold on, Pecan. I've seen people really, really mad over this today, and I disagree. Well, come up here.
Yeah.
Come on up here, Pecan Pie. I want to know why you disagree.
Yeah. Let me just read. Someone said, correcting me earlier. It says, good day, correcting me. It says, easy to say you are incorrect. Runaways do end up in jail, especially kids like this. And he's okay, then I'm wrong. I mean, I would think Child Protective Services, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's still deflating.
Okay. Petty Dragon Fruit. He advertised the way she makes money online. He's now charging to see this interview. All of that is exploiting. I agree with you. I agree with that. Chiquita, I wonder at what age he would draw a line. 10 years old, 7 years old, 5 years old, for fuck's sakes. That's what This is wrong all the way around. The mom needs to be arrested along with the interviewer, consent or not.
Yeah, I mean,
all these opinions. You know what I need to do? I'm gonna I'm gonna do a poll. So
Good idea. Yeah.
Answer anonymously. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
sorry, hold on. Sorry, but did it not make anyone think maybe she needed a shirt or sweater? Like, really? Yeah, Rose Petal. That's exactly. I'm surprised he didn't give her something to wear. So, Pecan Pie, what do you think? If she put a sweater on or something, do you think it would have been a better interview? I mean,
yeah. I mean, he gave that Lima person a soft white underbelly shirt. Couldn't give it to this girl. Just saying. You know? Just saying.
All right, I want to listen to her talk about her mom. Hold on.
Mom. So, when I moved with my mom, she started showing me different stuff. She moved me to the hood, the east side of LA, South Central.
And how old are you now?
She went from Beverly Hills to South Central. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's crazy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's why you really don't have no idea what's going on, Boston.
That's like moving from that. Like,
I grew up down in South Florida.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
That's like moving from Midtown Manhattan to like the Bronx.
Opa-locka down here, Liberty City. This ain't no joke down here.
It's like certain area of the Bronx, not generally the Bronx, but somewhere like a really bad area in the Bronx or something like that.
Ready?
The east side of LA, South Central.
And how old are you now?
13.
13. Okay.
Yeah. When she started showing me all that stuff, and when she moved to the east side, my mindset changed. I changed how I look at things. Like, I didn't look at things the same. And once my mom started seeing that I was changing and that I didn't think the same no more, she started treating me different. Like, I feel like she didn't like it. But I mean, it wasn't really my fault. It was really her fault because I asked to stay with my grandma and she like forced me to move to LA. I used to get bullied and all type of stuff. But
to South Central LA?
No, like in Beverly Hills and stuff, because it was always like white kids and stuff around us, around me and my brother. It was me and my brother. And
But you were you said you were forced to move.
Yeah, I was forced to move.
To where?
Here. To LA. I was in Marina Valley, and then I was in Beverly Hills. But I was forced to move like to the east side, to the ghetto.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't want to go because I knew how the girls was. They used to bully me. They used to pick on me, any little things. I used to wear Skechers. I used to wear all the little bullshit stuff. So when my mom started seeing that I was changing and stuff, she didn't like it. I feel like she started being jealous of me because I started getting around girls that she didn't like. But whole time I didn't know that she didn't like the girls, not the girls didn't like her. They were just telling me stuff, and I was learning new stuff. And I used to come to my mom like, "Is this true?" And she used to be like, "Yeah, that's true." So I'm like, "Okay, it's different." And
that's why her mom was getting mad, because she was fucking talking to older people, getting the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the lowdown, and hell yeah, crazy wicked east side LA is rough as fuck.
So
I'm you know what, I can see why she wouldn't want to go. Why would she want to go? You live in, Beverly Hills, you go to South Central, you don't want to, no, hell no, that's a whole different world.
Yeah. And Pecan, the problem is, like, you might say, well, other people, like kids wear bikinis. That was a see-through top. And also with YouTube, years ago, the reason why they cut off comments from children, like family vloggers, is because perverts would like timestamp awkward positions of children and put it under code words on the search algorithm, and YouTube had to cut that out. So this guy is literally putting that material out there for these sickos, and that's the problem. And that's exploitation. He should know better. He definitely should know better, especially him walking around, these bad neighborhoods, knowing about these predators. He should know better, but he purposely ignored it, and he's exploiting her. And now he's putting the uncensored version on his other website. If he actually cared and didn't want this child to be exploited and actually wanted to tell her story, he would have made sure that that shit would not have been out there. He would have made sure that little girl had some sort of dignity, but yet he did not. He did not care about that little girl's dignity. What he cared about was getting a good video. And that's my opinion.
I agree. Picking the argument is he should not have a 13-year-old girl with a see-through shirt talking about what he was talking about.
And how he and when he voiced it, I could have had a more salacious. You know, BJ Investigates puts in, like, she just pulled up the dictionary version. She says salacious. What does salacious means? And it's, you know, it's telling. His choice of words. You know, his choice of words. What does salacious means? Having convey undue and appropriate interest in sexual matters. Why is he using that term of art? Why is he, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's exploitation to me. That's my opinion. You can argue that the adults, you know, when he does an interview with an adult, those are consent. Adults are giving consent, and you can argue, okay, then that's, you know, they're making a fair exchange. They're both adults, but this is a 13-year-old child. She can't consent. She can't consent. She can't even vote. She can't even drive a car. What the hell can she do? She can't consent to this.
I don't think Pecan saw the original one. Pecan, you can see through the original bathing suit.
I think even if she showed up like that, because I don't think he just told her to show up like that. No, I'm not living in, like, I don't think that way. You would have the common sense to say to yourself, oh shit. But let's say he filmed. Let's say he didn't see it right away in person, and he does the interview, and then he goes through it. He's a photographer. He should be able to see, like, the glaring problems. He should be able to edit out certain things, and he didn't. He'd even, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, Rabbit put a great point. She said you could have done the interview with just pointing at her head. If you really cared about an interview with this little girl, why would you be focusing on her body? Tell me that. How is that important to going through this kid's life struggle, going through this kid's hurt of betrayal, of going through this kid's basically having, like, you know, her whole concept of relationships being warped? You could have easily made an interview with just her head. But
Pecan, you're not the homie, but you have to understand, like, this wasn't just a girl wearing a bathing suit. This was a girl wearing a see-through bathing suit at 13 years of age doing an interview, an adult interview, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's my opinion. If you want an interview, you could have easily just pointed at her head, but yet he points to the whole body. And to me, that's just exploitation. I'm sorry. That's how it is, you know? And when he uses the choice word salacious, it doesn't help his case too much. You know? And that's just my opinion.
Her first year being a teenager. I mean, I don't think there's anything that is right about it. Everybody has allowed their opinion, obviously. I just don't see how, in my opinion, that's a half-naked 13-year-old girl getting interviewed by a grown man about grown people shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I told Cappy about it, and she, you know, people were able to notice it quite quickly. Let's just say that much. A lot of people were able to notice very quickly what was glaringly wrong with that video. You know, just saying. But unfortunately, she was ward of the state, for fuck's sake, and there is no reason that her face should have been shown, let alone her body. Yeah. Yeah.
So if she that means that when she gets, every time she gets returned, she goes to I wonder, I'm gonna look this up. Hold on.
It doesn't bother me that she says, does it bother you to know that people like her exist? No, it doesn't bother me to think people like that exist. My issue is that you're contributing to the problems. You're contributing to this kid's going through a lot of problems. You know what I mean? Like, this shit's forever. This internet shit is forever, and you made it even more so. You contributed to how this kid, because imagine this kid grows up, and let's say she actually does want to become a lawyer. You know, how does this help her? You know what I mean? And I think, like, the adults, should have had more responsibility in that situation. You know, a child's a child. A child can't make a decision.
We're not sure if it got taken down or he just took it down and then put one up with the blurred. He blurred out her. I don't want to say it, it's gross. I'm not going to. He blurred out her top half, but the original one did not have blurred out.
Yeah, let's give Mr. Mark benefit of doubt where he saw the comments and said, "Oh, let me just take it down," but then he decides, okay, I'm going to censor it on YouTube, but I'm going to put the uncensored version on my other channel and make people pay $10 to watch it. How is that even remotely not exploiting this child? You know, you don't need to exploit the child to tell her story. You know what I mean? Just saying. You just don't. You know, you could have easily just panned over to her face. You could have talked to her. You could have, you know what I mean? You could have, gotten her some help. I don't know. Maybe he did try to give her help in back end. Who knows? I don't know what the mind is of the man. But like that to me is exploitation. I just don't agree with that shit, man. You know what I would do if this were my family member? I can't even say. Yeah, well, if it was my family member, I would be very pissed off at Mr. Mark. Let's just say that much. Well, yeah, YouTube is full of shit for letting this happen. I find it hilarious that YouTube will fucking censor people for just like the slightest comment. And this shit is like, this stuff is illegal. Like, if I got caught on my phone with this shit downloaded and a cop looked into it, you're going to jail. Like this you could go to jail. This might be bordering on like stuff that could get you in jail. I don't know what happened to TOS. I guess if you have 5 million subs, you get a little bit of a leeway, I guess, Warrior. You might get some leeway. You get a manager at least, a YouTube manager. There was a notice added to the bottom of the video description when the first video went down. The notice added age-restricted video based on community guidelines. Okay, thank you. Well, that's great. YouTube said, hey, that's sarcasm, by the way. That's great. That's wonderful. I mean, I can totally understand and agree with it. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. The guy went way too motherfucking far.
Shauna, I see what girls wear these days and whatnot, but this girl's in a situation that's bad. I mean, she's not just wearing something; she's doing certain things on the streets at 13. And someone's interviewing her about that and letting her wear something on there that, like a lot of people are saying in the chat, is putting a mark on her.
Yeah, and he didn't care. Didn't care. Did the interview with the mother.
The point is Mark, or him. It's not. It's him doing what he's doing.
Yeah. Queen, you want to play more of it, or I know we're talking too much. I know that.
And when I went to Bret Hart Middle School, I had got jumped by these girls from Hoover, and I told my mom, and she didn't believe me. And I'm like, you don't even care about me, like. And she's like, it's okay if some girls put their hands on you, fight back. And I'm like, okay. So after that, I started fighting more. When I started fighting more, I started not caring about anything. And my mom didn't like that. She started kicking me out. I came back. She was treating me weird. Like, she kept bringing up stuff. Like, she used to bring up how I got beat up, how I used to get abused by this dude. And that's when I used to run away. I'm not even gonna lie, I did used to run away. But it wasn't for no reason, though. She used to abuse me. She used to go on live, expose me, embarrass me. She used to post my messages. The same thing she doing now. This has been happening since 4 or 3 years ago. So that's why now I'm just used to it. But
And who are you staying with now?
Now
are you living with? Are you in the foster system or?
No, now I'm staying with a friend.
So she's staying with a friend. She's not in the foster system.
Yeah, my friend.
But so you're supposed to be staying with your mom?
Yeah, but she kicked me out in December last year.
But you told me out there that you're in the system?
Yeah, I'm in the system. Nobody has custody of me.
Now, how is that at 13 years old? I'm just curious.
No clue, man. No clue.
No one has custody of you.
My mama lost custody of me like 2 years ago because when she was abusing me and stuff. Yeah.
And your grandparents or?
My grandparents, they're old. My great grandparents are 73 and 72. And I always ask to go over there. My grandma, she still texts me to this day, but she's like, I can't take care of you because she has high blood pressure, and she thinks I'm going to stress her out. But I mean, I don't really need nobody to take care of me. I know how to get what I need, but I just need like shelter, you know?
Yeah, but you've been working some of the streets as a prostitute? How long has that been going on?
Since May.
Since May?
Yeah.
How did you get introduced to that? At 13?
I used to be around these girls from Front Street, and they had this. The girl that they was with wasn't from their hood, but she used to be around them. They used to call each other like sister, Fable, and all that stuff. And the girls seen how them girls used to try to bully me, and they didn't like me for some reason.
Ooh, does it go off?
So basically, these girls that hooked up with her, that she talks to or whatever, that don't like her mom, they don't get along with her mom. They've been telling her stories about her mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sure her mom probably don't want her with them. You know, bunch of little fast ass girls.
Jeez. Yeah, pretty much. You're good. You're right. Everyone did fail this little girl.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much right.
Good point. It's unfortunate.
What you doing? She like, I'm out trapping. And I'm like, trapping? She sent the picture, and I'm like, you do that now? And she like, yeah, it's fast money. You should do it with me. So, the next day, I texted her like, can you come get me? My mama acting weird. My mama was acting weird. She was threatening me to kick me out, break my phone, and all this. I'm like, can you come get me? So she was like, yeah. I told my mom, I'm like, I'm about to go do a TikTok downstairs. And she was like, okay. And I'm like, can I do a TikTok in your car? She gave me the keys. I put the keys next to the door, and I ran away. I went, and I got in the car, and she was with this nigga. He had tattoos all over his face. He was playing music. He looked like a gangbanger. He was a gangbanger. He was a pimp, and I didn't even know that he was a pimp. So we had went to the Crenshaw Mall.
So your mom, just for those that are not aware, your mom was working as a prostitute as well?
I don't know.
That's what she told me in that interview that she did with me.
She told you that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I seen a video of my mom on Fig.
She already knows not to talk about her fucking mom. That's
Yep.
code right there. Don't you say a fucking word about my mom.
You hear it.
What is?
She was like, she told you that? She told you that?
Yeah. What's Fig?
What do you mean?
She says on Fig. What is that? Is that like
talking about where they hang out at, where they walk at?
Oh, okay.
Like, is that someone row, right? Figaro?
Hold on, hold on.
Figaro. Okay, thank you for that. I was like, what's Fig? Is there a person doing the interview getting this girl some kind of help? Perfectly imperfect. Hopefully. Oh. I mean, I don't know. Pretty fuck situation. It's Street on East LA. Thank you, Crazy Wicked. Random, but my phone forced into update, and now I can't read any polls. Well, the poll says only 96 people voted, and 77 say yes, 23 say no, 23%. But there are thousands of kids just like her. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. Probably more than thousands. Let's just be real. It's probably tens of millions, actually, if you want to really get in worldwide numbers.
I mean, what do you mean there's much more to the situation? I'm confused with what you were talking about now. Hey, what I was saying is you have a much better chance of getting clean inside of prison jail than you do on the streets. Point blank, end of story.
I don't know. Seems like this little girl's in a pretty hopeless situation. And all the people that were supposed to protect her and help her out have decided to profit off of her or ignore her. So,
which is horrible.
Yeah. So Mark has decided to
All
profit off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here's her mom. We're going back to her mom real quick. Here she goes.
Could just know we went through a time and we helped ourselves and we helped other people too. However I'm going to do it, that's how I want to do it. But that's what I see myself doing. What do you call it? Philanthropy? Work. But like making it to like a business. I'm serious.
Helping others.
All right.
Helping others.
Yeah, helping others. Like, this shit is ridiculous. And it's like, oh, I can't go nowhere without getting recorded. Oh, ain't you the girl that I'll be running, Mark. They be seeing me.
Yeah, you have to take responsibility for that. You created that because you're like a big social media person now.
Yeah. And then they got my page knocked down. Like, I was growing my followers. I had 25K. They got my page knocked down. Reporting my daughter. That's why I have other pages, for her, because people be hating. They think that, can you believe that they think that I was using my daughter for clout? And they said that I put her out on Fig. I'm the one doing that. Could you, like, the shit that but she be lying though. She'll tell people, oh, I got kicked out or because I think she's like using somebody else's story. She do be out here though. She do. But like how she got out there is not. So she got to like kind of make it add up with what the internet's saying so that she could kind of be accepted or something. But if she told the truth, like, no, I really like this. That's what she.
We gotta get you guys in here together.
Right. Like I need to get her here because the truth is gonna come out because she knows she can't really lie too much. And if she do, she gonna start laughing. Like, mom, like, girl, you sure ain't mom on that internet. You be popping about me. She just called me a weirdo the other day. I'm like, weird. But if I call you a weirdo, I'm a bad mom, right? But it's messed up though. I love my daughter though. I've been fighting for her since.
I get the feeling she loves you too, but it's just raising teenagers is tough.
I've been fighting for that little girl, literally. I was pregnant with her fighting, okay? Girls, her dad was somebody that girls liked, and they used to be mad, and I had to fade a few people with her. Like, I could have lost her. That's why I be looking like, if you was going to do all this, I could have shoved you back up my pussy. But I kept you.
Oh, my God.
And can't wait for her to just up for real, So.
Oh, my God.
What? What the hell? What the hell?
Jesus Christ.
She could be, I'm like, when are you going to be a real person? Because at this point, I feel like you're just a social media person. You remind me of one of these people on social media that like me one day and hate me the next. It's like, you really love me. And you looking at everything I'm doing. Because I be looking at her like, hey, you took that from me. Like, you've been looking at my interview or something. My mannerisms, or, you better take something good from me. But
she reminds me of you.
Really? Mm-hmm. And imagine how she acts when I'm not around, like, girl. But I'm trying to keep it together. But I'm trying to find love though, for real, because I'm tired of dealing with this on my own. So, I broke up with C-Mac, but I'm kind of like seeing somebody. It's just somebody to keep my head level. I would never like neglect my kids for a guy. Oh, no. They know I love my kids. I got to always make that like very specific when I talk to anybody, because I don't want them to get the wrong idea. You know, I'm all happy and googly and lovey, but I'm like, hold on. You know, I do got kids, and you got to respect me and my kids, right? So that's why C-Mac, me and him could never work, because he got a baby on the way too. So we was talking at, you know, the beginning of the year, or not beginning, but in the middle of the year, the summer, we were talking and we broke up. He went and got a girl pregnant. So then 4 months later, we got with each other. And again, and he was like, yeah, I have a baby on the way, but you know, I want you to support me. And I think he got to turn himself in next week. So he's like, are you going to be down for me? But I can't be down for somebody who's talking mess about my daughter. And just because of what the comments say, you chewing me, like, you know, out. Like, we could be laying in the bed and all cool. And if a blog is out, like, they chopped me up with your interview and made me seem like I was just a setup artist. Like, I was going to set him up and rob him any second. I'm like, no, that's not what I said in the interview.
Social media is just crazy.
Yeah.
The comments and all that.
And so
Opinions.
I never was at ease. You know, I'm like, I need somebody that can really take a bad bitch.
Yeah, and here they are talking about social media. Like, he just had a kid. He just had a kid, and he's got a baby on the way. What the hell?
Yeah, this is just like a rude awakening, man. Like, this
Yeah,
is,
Butter, she seems like she's jealous of her daughter, doesn't she?
yeah, it does seem like she's jealous of her daughter, of her youth.
Yeah, like it really does.
You know, because I think this person wants attention from all these men, and she gets money, and she's noticing her daughter getting it, and she's jealous of that. How sick that sounds. Yeah, that's a situation. It's pretty fucked. The whole thing's pretty fucked. Like, I can't believe this shit, man. I can't believe this shit. This is just... Well, on a positive note, she doesn't look like she's on drugs, and Nova said she doesn't do drugs. Well, yeah, well, that is a positive note, at least, I guess. I mean, this. I just can't believe this guy. I just can't believe this guy thought this was a great idea. Like, go back to fucking work. I mean, like, go back for work at that Apple. Fucking take pictures of cell phones, man. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I think like he's like, oh, the corporate structure of fucking advertising was so soul sucking and wasn't, you know, like it wasn't good and I wasn't doing the right thing. What the fuck are you doing here? Like, I think you might be doing more good taking pictures of fucking overpriced piece of shit phones than doing this. Holy fuck. You're a simple oversimplified point. Let me see.
I would love it. Well, it's so hard to text.
Yeah, you're texting good egg. We know how it is. Let me see. Egg is being in the streets better than intervention. Well, she's trying to say that, like, if you're in the system, you're just going to go into the system, and eventually you're going to kind of run away from the system, and you're just going to jump from system to system, and it's no.
But she's already in the streets. It can't hurt.
No, it can hurt. It can hurt a lot worse. Abuse. There could be like other people
on the streets being abused. She's 13 years old.
Yeah, but the thing is that it could be worse in the system. It could be worse. I mean, because the system is not geared for this situation, unfortunately. Like, it's a fucked situation. This girl's gonna run away.
She's 13-year-old being pimped out, Tim.
Yeah, it's a fucked situation. Even if, let's say, they take her and they bring her in there, she's gonna run away.
How is that worse than being on the streets getting pimped out as she?
You know, it can get worse. You can get abused in the system very easily. You can get killed in the system very easily. Depends on where you're going.
She can be killed.
Yeah, she can get. She's in a bad situation. I agree with you. It's a bad situation. She doesn't have a pimp. Yeah, that's Cappy saying she doesn't have a pimp.
Well, she was just, that's probably even worse, right, Cappy? If she don't have a pimp.
Whoa, no. Having a pimp is way worse. Having a pimp is way worse. It's not good.
Cappy, can you go up here real quick? Please, I'm begging you.
Boston, I know it's not fair, but it's absolutely true that it could be worse. In fact, when the state was her guardian, she ended up on the streets. Yeah, like technically she's supposed to
Hey.
be. Yeah, technically she's supposed to be like a ward of the state. She's supposed to be protected, but she's not. And it's just a very bad situation. There's no one looking out for this little girl. No one cares. And yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, in a perfect world, she'd be taken in and she would be put into some sort of facility where she could get some education, be in a stable environment, and find her a family. But
I don't know how the state is worse than the streets. That's just, to me, that's crazy.
well, then you've never been in the system.
But you guys are like classifying the state as everything is bad. The street's bad. Point blank, end of story, correct?
Yeah, well, everything's bad. It's not a good system. It's not either way. It's a bad situation for a kid. It's not good. I mean, believe me, I would love it for a scenario to be like yours where we take the kid in, but like what stops her, just stop. Kevin says she has a social worker in the case, but it's obviously fell between the cracks. Yeah, so she's already in the system. She's technically run away already. So technically what you said has already been done.
Okay, here, let's do this. Let's put her original interview on, okay? Here's the original interview that she did 11 months ago.
Tanya?
Yeah, and this is why people were so upset with her.
All right, Tania. Tania, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I'm from LA, West Adams District, and just all over the West Side, but that's where I first grew up, West Adams District.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about your family.
My family, I grew up it was my mom and my stepdad. My dad was in jail like all my life, in and out of jail. So because my mom had me young at the age of 15, and my dad was always in jail, she was like a single mom until she met my stepdad. And I guess we were a happy family, but me personally, I felt like it wasn't really no love from my mom because I don't know if she didn't like me because of my dad. And this is real shit. Like, I know we hear it a lot, but she just looked at me like, you better not turn out to be like your dad. And she was very strict. So, growing up in a strict household, you rebel. And that's what happened.
She looks a hell of a lot different back then than a year ago than she does now, huh?
Yeah.
This is her a year later.
And I'm going to find it. It's going to be nowhere near me. If I cared about what the internet said, or she's something else. Like, and then the minute she left and did that, before I could get to her, she was already online. Like, my mother, she called me weird. You was just talking to me. I just picked you up for your birthday. I just spent like $400, $500 on you on your birthday. Even though money is not nothing, because we know she can go get it. But it's just the point. Like, would your mother, who didn't care about you, spend her earned? I didn't put it online, but I did it. I didn't vlog and say, oh yeah, we're going shopping. I didn't let Instagram know. I was low key, Mark, before she really was out here. I had to put out a miss.
So I don't know. I was gonna say she looks like she's young, but yeah, this is her interview from a year ago. It's a whole lot different, huh?
Yeah.
So, like, I have millionaires, NFL players, athletes, doctors, real people.
How many sugar daddies will you have at one time?
I mean, about over 10 at once.
Really? And how long will these relationships last?
They still going on. Until maybe something like, they don't have enough money, or because, I'm not cheap. I'm really not cheap. When I first started, I used to, when people first start, you get kind of like fucked over. But when I started realizing what my worth was by the type of sugar daddies I was getting, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't need to charge $200 or $300. I need to charge $500, and then I need to charge $1,000. Oh, this one gave me $1,500. So now, I'm getting more, and it's like so easy too, very easy. But you got to know what you're doing now, and it got to be a purpose,
And these relationships are sexual sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
Are they not always though?
Not always. I get lucky a lot to deal with people who they're so busy and they just want either somebody to talk to, or, I started a career in body rubs. So like I'm making so much money with that. Like I'm talking about a day, 3,000, just easy body rubs all day long.
Those clothes?
It's kind of like a girlfriend experience type of thing. You know, they
Well, like, how is she doing body with like? How is she doing body rubs with these like giant nails sticking into your back?
Well,
like
Don't ask that, Tim.
She ain't doing body rubs, baby.
No, she's not.
She's rubbing something else on the body.
Oh, Lord.
Jesus
Baby
Christ.
Jesus.
And yes, she knows how to work it with them nails. Trust and believe me. Pete Thug Thizzle, you never seem to amaze me.
Yeah, my ignorance.
want a body rub
amazes you.
once a week, and you're seeing them a lot. And
You want a
like,
body rub once a week? You go pay for a body rub once a week?
No. I'm thinking like she's doing like a massage or something. Like she's like, I'm thinking like
Queen, can I ask you a question?
Claude?
Is juvenile detention the same as prison? In jail?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely
Right.
not.
So good. Why do you keep saying it's the same thing? I don't understand what you're saying. Juvie is not prison. What are you talking about?
It's a kid jail, but it's definitely not prison.
Yeah.
Hell.
I mean, I guess it would be prison for a child. Shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where they learn how to go to your room, you know, your cell. And
Yeah, but it ain't prison. You want to get. Damn.
no, it's like jail for minors. It's, you know what I'm saying? Prison's way different, but it's like a jail for minors.
Yeah. I'm just like, I thought for a moment this one was giving back rubs though with the whole claw thing. That's the whole thing. So I was like, oh, why is she?
But let me tell you something. From this interview right here to this interview right here, she getting money. She looks so different right here to back here. Look at this. Look at her hair.
Yeah.
Her nails, her clothes. You know what I'm saying? She just looks so different, you know, here. She's like, looks like she's lost weight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she looks more put together with the other one. Yeah.
What's that TikTok? I need some money. Fuck, I'm gonna do with 200.
report for her and everything. You know what I'm saying? So I had to put myself in her situation. I was not trying to hide it or nothing. I never was embarrassed or nothing. I think her dad was embarrassed, but her dad went to go pick her up, and he pulled up to Benz, Rams, flashy. Like, come on now. Like, her daddy is somebody out here, right? Whatever. And I couldn't believe it because I'm like, I couldn't get him to pull up, but you can. So, you know, your daddy love you. No, he don't. Oh, he came too late in my life. Da, 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 da. But he came to get you because I've been trying to get in touch with this nigga. And look, it took for you. So she's not realizing what, you know, your blessings come in a disguise. It don't even come how you want it to come. So maybe, okay, you did all this. Your daddy came back in the picture. This was your test to see. And he even told her, Mark, like, if you need anything, let me know. But she still want to make her own money. Like, why do you want to make your own money so bad? And then I told her, do YouTube, do this, do that. Oh, no, it's fake. You fake. She out here lying and she out here doing everything. But I told my whole life and I got chewed out. So I wanted to say another thing. Like, they count you the fuck out when you tell the truth. They count you out. But when you
I'm waiting for Queen because the Queen hit the pause. I was wondering if she was going to say something.
Yeah. Sorry, my little one was right here talking to me.
It's all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't with her. She's something else, man. She said her dad was a pimp. He said he didn't have time for her. So what do you think? So basically, that's what I'm saying. Like, is this baby didn't have no chance.
Jesus Christ.
At all.
Yeah. Yeah, she had, I think, I don't know when she had her child. I know she said her mother was 15 when she had her. So I don't know how old was she when she had that one. Does it say how old she is?
I don't think so. I don't know. Let me go back to the beginning. Hold on.
handle me, honestly. So I kind of have to dip out this go round. Like, I have to really make some things happen for myself and my daughter. And he does not like my daughter being on the street. So we're arguing about that all.
Do you like your daughter being on the street?
Heck no. Heck no, it was just her birthday. I'll talk about that, and I'm gonna tell you what she did. She is off the chain.
Is she following in mom's footsteps?
See, what I think she's doing, she's following in my highlights. She's trying.
Are you and C-Mac back together again? Depends on what week I ask you, right?
Yeah.
I probably got to go to this here. Let's go.
They're giving you everything.
All right, Tania. Tania, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I'm from LA, West Adams District, and just all over the West Side, but that's where I first grew up, West Adams District.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about your family.
My family, I grew up it was my mom and my stepdad. My dad was in jail like all my life, in and out of jail. So because my mom had me young at the age of 15, and my dad was always in jail, she was like a single mom until she met my stepdad. And I guess we were a happy family, but me personally, I felt like it wasn't really no love for my mom because I don't know if she didn't like me because of my dad. And this is real shit. Like, I know we hear it a lot, but she just looked at me like, you better not turn out to be like your dad. And she was very.
And I think she tries to be like that with her. Yeah, fucking C-Mac. So I don't even know nothing about no C-Mac shit.
Yeah, I don't even know who is this.
Oh, come on. You don't know Crip Mac? Damn.
I wonder if he's going to be like the next interview.
He's a fucking fool.
C-Mac? You know who C-Mac is? Who is C-Mac?
Run in the back for you, bro.
That's C-Mac?
Yep.
So
yep. The guy that was on 22, Adam 20, yeah.
Who was it? I'm sorry.
C-Mac. This is C-Mac. This is what he's saying is C-Mac. I'll repost it, Queen, in the back chat.
It's Crip Mac, bro, on Adam 22. Fucking fool always just rambles on.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Crip Mac. I didn't know it was. Okay, C-Mac. What the fuck?
C-Mac. That's it. Same motherfucker right there.
Shit. Look, she said he did. That is him.
Yep.
He's
a crip that everybody's embarrassed though, that's for sure.
Yes, you do. I knew I did. I was like, look, he said C-Mac. I don't know. Fuck. Come on now.
Yeah, it's Crip Mac. I call him C-Mac.
But like, why does he like who is this guy? Is he just some random guy and got famous? Like, who is this?
Bro, he's been on Eden Ross's channel. He's been on, all right, that little kid, I don't know, he might be Spanish or Indian kid that goes on Eden Ross's channel all the time.
No,
talks a lot of shit.
No,
bitch, yes, you know who C-Mac is. Yes, you do, bitch.
How do I never knew who C-Mac is. I'm
that
serious.
fool fucking keep it 50 straight. That guy.
What?
Yes,
what's
bitch.
that?
You five me? You five me? That one.
Five me. What are you talking
He's from
about?
50. He's a 55th Street Crip, and he fucking has a really raspy voice. And he's like been all over the internet. And he most recently went to jail, and he just got out this summer, and he started dating her.
He's famous because he says "find me," and then he's like a Crip.
No, he's famous because he's
a fool. 55th Street.
Oh,
and he's always keep it 55th straight. That's like his thing.
I've never seen this man.
This guy.
The guys, they kept telling me the story about him. I'm like, that can't see true. And he finally told me. He told me one night, he said, Crip Mac, he said, please stop these guys from bullying me. So I let him know like this. I said, cuz, as long as I'm here and cuz here, I don't harbor no customers. I don't like customers. But as long as I'm here and cuz here, because Cub, I guess it was the luck of Jesus, some neighborhood Crip. Cub, went home a week.
Crip Mac.
Crip Mac.
So that's this gentleman.
See, I told you knew who he was, bitch.
I didn't know.
Hey, watch on Adam 22 when he's falling out. He's falling out on Adam 22, out.
But yeah, so he's been dating her, and you know what's crazy though is the algorithm doesn't pick him up as much as it used to. Before he went to jail, he was super popular, and the algorithm had him all over the place. And since he's been out, I haven't really seen him much in my algorithm at all. But when I was looking into her, he came up, and I was like, oh shit. And then I went and watched her interview, and she's talking about C-Mac and whatever, and she's talking about how her and her daughter and him would get into fights, and I'm just like, yeah, figures. I could totally see that. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But see, this isn't the first time that this fool has done this. This isn't the first time he's interviewed a teenage sex worker that's a runaway. This is like the 8th time he's done this.
8th?
Yeah, this is like the 8th time he's done this. And there's other ones that are like 14, like really young. Like there's a 16 and 17-year-old one, and then there was a couple 14-year-olds, and then this 13-year-old. He interviewed some 10-year-old girl that's a resident of Skid Row, and all by herself. And the next day, he had to do an interview with her mom and her. And I went looking for that, and he wiped that off the fucking internet, of course. But the mom's interview is still up from like the year prior to that, when she was talking about how she was wanted and all this stuff. And he did a GoFundMe to help them out because they were gonna supposedly get housing here. But I got news for you: you're not gonna get housing if you're wanted in 2 states.
Yeah,
and I knew she was bullshitting him, and he did a GoFundMe and shit. And then like, I don't know. I looked for them a couple months back and I found them, but I looked for those videos today and they were gone, of the little girl and the mom.
Yeah, he probably got bamboozled. I mean, like, because realistically, a renter is not, a landlord's not going to let someone who has like no credit history or whatnot and who has all this wanted to just start renting.
Well, to get housing through the county too, like she'd have to give all her paperwork up. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, no.
You know.
So you think like, but wouldn't he be liable for the tax liability for a GoFundMe? Because that's
well,
like,
listen. He words his GoFundMes very carefully. Ever since he did the GoFundMe with Prostitute Kelly and got $32,000 and got a bunch of shit for it, every other GoFundMe that he's had, he states it like it's helping the channel, helping him help people, not anybody specifically. And that's what he did with Precious, the little girl, and her mom, and a few others. Like he was like, okay, I think it's time to start another GoFundMe, and for the channel, and what we get back we'll help you with. And so
does he like give
not
like
specifically for her?
Okay, because we know that he has to pay a tax liability for a GoFundMe, but is there any sort of like item by item listing of where he spends the money from the GoFundMe? Like, does he go like on a live stream and say, hey, we spent $5,000 to get this girl into this house, or $200? Does he do anything like that?
Not that I've seen. Like he was going to do one of those with Kelly, but he never did. Like, I don't know, like if you donate, do you get to see it or not though? Like, I don't know how he does it. But anytime he gets pushed back about anything, he's like super condescending and
he's a
super
prick.
Dismissive.
Oh, he's a prick. He's an absolute prick.
Oh, he's a rich prick too. He lives in the Palisades.
Yeah,
like, he lives in a really nice area.
Yeah,
nice area.
Yeah, I mean the guy is exploiting the homeless, in my opinion. He's like fucking just like unbelievable with his bullshit.
I feel like it's a really fine line you walk when you use this as content, and like you just got to be really careful. And I feel like there is some benefit to it if it's done correctly, but I don't know. Some of the things I've seen him say in interviews just like turns me off and gets me kind of weirded out. Like, gosh, really?
Yeah, like remember that guy,
right? He's a creep.
Yes, yeah. Remember that whole what's that gentleman he keeps on having on? He has some sort of mental issues, and he keeps on picking. I think he dresses
Rebecca. Like, she identifies as she.
She okay. The female. She just basically he's done like 5 or 6 interviews with this woman.
Yeah, a lot of interviews with Rebecca, and I haven't seen one in like a month, which makes me worried. But I don't know, man. Like he'll get like kind of attached to some of the people he interviews. Like he got attached to Amanda, the one that passed away.
Yeah,
the whole Lima and that weird rehab they sent her to.
Let's be careful with that one. That Lima person is pretty crazy with the lawsuits. Just to say,
I won't talk about her, but yeah, with the whole that Amanda and that whole thing that happened, right? And then like he started to get really attached to Rebecca and interviews her a lot, and I don't know, I just feel a certain type of way.
I just feel like there's like you can have consent. Like consent is like for an adult is fine. People can have their opinions. It's like it's an exploitation, whatever. But when it's like a 13-year-old child, I don't think a child can give consent. No way.
Yeah, I don't think he had any business interviewing anybody that's a minor and showing their face. I feel like if he was going to do the interview, like he should have put the camera to the corner and just let her voice do the rest. But
yeah,
he could have at least offered her a shirt. Like he could have at least offered her a shirt. Like seriously,
just like he offered that
what
shirt.
he was thinking.
Just like that shirt, we know what he was thinking. I mean, like, I'm gonna change my language. I have a suspicion of what he was thinking. It's not just because these people are kind of litigious, like they're kind of like Sue happy.
I do feel like he had to have noticed that, though, in my opinion.
I mean, a professional photographer who's been working in the photographer's field for like, I don't know, 30 years, probably has a better eye than you and me. And remember I told you, like I said, here, did you see this? And you like were able to catch it like that, like a snap.
Yeah. No, but Nikki, like she is in the system. Like this is what the system has done for her.
No,
She's a ward of the state.
Cappy,
Which means she has a case and a social worker. Can you imagine? Like how does a social worker lose track of her? Like, you know what I mean?
This is my whole point. Cappy, this is my whole point. Does she have a better chance on the streets, right? Or trying to go through the system? Where does she have a better chance?
She's on the streets while she's in the system, though.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about juvie before. She was locked up in juvie. Where does she have a better chance? In juvie or on the streets?
Shit, I don't even know these days, Nikki. I'll tell you what. Whenever I'm on TikTok, I get these class action suits that run across my feed for Los Padrinos, for Civil Brand, and these are all correctional facilities in Los Angeles County.
I feel you, but
with SA cases, and I don't even know anymore. And like a lot of my friends went to juvie in LA County, and they're all really, really, really fucked up.
But when you're on the streets, there is no chance on get. We know that. Come on, we know that. You ain't getting.
I mean, I don't even know what the answer is in this situation because
it's not
I
the
don't
system,
know, man.
It's juvie in general. It's not the system. I keep saying that. It's not the system. It's juvie or streets. Where does she have a better chance? I believe she has a better chance in juvie.
But
that's
that's your opinion. But like, you know, there's so many different factors that play into something that's like, you know, just like there's so many different factors that could make one side better. I mean,
what makes anything better than the streets? Or I'm sorry.
Well, and what are they going to put her in juvie for though? Like, even though she doesn't have a pimp,
just the example. Where does she have a better chance, in juvie or on the streets? Not saying like why she be put in there. Where does she probably have a better chance? In my opinion, I feel like juvie than getting killed on the streets or ARD or any of that. You know what I mean? Like 13 years, not 15, 16, 17, 16, 17 on the streets at 13. That girl can't defend.
But that's like, but but I don't think that's going to help her throwing her in that situation. Like,
so being on the streets.
Hold on 1 second. Katie K, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the Hive.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Boston? What were you going to say?
I'm saying, like, so being on the streets. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, like, this. Man. I mean, like, it's a very shitty situation, and it's this. She's already in the system, and it's like, you know.
Not talking about the system. I keep saying that.
Yeah, but. What is juvie but not the system?
But that is but Nikki, she's a ward of the state. Like that is part of the juvenile system. Though a good majority of juvie kids are wards of the state.
Yeah,
I'm talking about juvie lockup. Then
you're gonna lock her in prison for what?
Prison? What are you talking
about? It's like a prison for children.
Tim, have you ever been to county?
I've never been to county. I've never been arrested.
What are you talking about right now?
I'm just saying it's not good, man. I don't think you're talking about that.
Well, no, but technically all jails are a form of prison. Like last time I was in city lockup, my wristband said prisoner number blah blah blah. Like, and I was not in prison. Do you know what I mean? But like being incarcerated, you know what I mean? Like,
okay,
I don't know if that would be better for her, but she's already in the system. The system's so broken that they haven't gotten able to get her off the streets. Like it's like, would getting her in a facility be good? Like be in juvie? Like, or would like would a place for women with like young with girls with trauma be better? Like, I don't know.
That
like,
too, yeah, that too. Anything but the
So you
streets.
can't just lock you can't just lock people up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right,
Like, they gotta
right.
commit a fucking crime. You gotta catch them in the commission of a crime before you can lock them up.
1000%, Queen. What I'm saying is just in general, or some kind of fare better on the streets, literally on the streets, than in juvie. In my opinion, it'd be juvie. So with something with some sort of structure.
I mean, that's your opinion.
Sounds like the other girls on Fig ain't having her out there though. They were like knocking on the Trick's window, like, no, she's 13, get away from her. Like, I don't know whether it's, I mean, like, that's creepy shit, and people don't want that around them. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm so surprised with my mother. Like, what?
Whether it be for fucking selfish reasons or not, it's just at least somebody.
Emily, it's all in the camp. Have you ever been like
Oh wait, Cappy, you're breaking up for a moment.
Fucking dangerous neighborhood right there.
Yeah,
Two?
Cappy, you're breaking. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit, Cappy.
Oh shit.
You're probably walking away from the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's starting to break up for me, and Will just was, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I get your point, Boston. It's just like, you know, it's a very imperfect situation, man. Very imperfect situation.
If I had to pick one for somebody, I would pick juvie. Is what I'm saying, not the
You
streets.
can't, like,
where they can go
choose,
get
though. That's what I
fentanyl,
was-
where they can go this, where they can go get that. What do you mean?
No, I mean, like, it's just like the system is broken, and like her situation is like a tough situation, and she's in the system and on the street. So it's not like an either or. She has to.
But I keep telling you, I'm not talking about the
herself out of
system. I'm talking about if she was in juvie. Where would she fare better, in juvie?
Well, juvie is like juvie.
But
like,
juvie
if
is
she's
the
in
system,
jail, she
Nikki.
has to be.
I know you guys are
be,
saying
like,
it's the system, but she's not in juvie. She's in the system, but she's on the streets.
Okay, so what's your
but we want her
scenario?
to be locked up for no reason.
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
mean,
confused.
I mean, like, what would you I mean, I guess I'll try to understand what you're saying. Are you basically saying, like, basically take this girl and be like, okay,
No, I'm not saying arrest her for no reason. What I'm saying is,
I didn't
if
say arrest.
she was
I-
in
I-
juvie,
you
or
gotta-
she was on the streets, where would she fare better?
Oh, let him finish. Hold on, Peter. Let him finish. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Boston. Finish what you were saying. Then
If she was in juvie, right, and if
Mhm.
she was on the streets, where do you think she would fare better?
Okay, you asked this question 20 times, and
So answer
I told you, basically it's a tough situation. But I just think the problem is your scenario is not quite realistic, because what do you picture her when she's moved into the facility? Like, what type of facility are you thinking? Is like my question to you.
Yeah.
Well, wait, Tim, what facility are you talking about? Like, have you
Well,
ever
I
made?
mean, like, I'm just trying to
It's just
understand you. I'm trying.
awful.
If you're trying, listen, man. If I'm ignorant in the subject, explain to me what you think the facility would accomplish, and what would this facility be like. Tell me.
What I'm telling you is right now is if someone is locked up in juvie, okay,
then
someone's on the
please-
street being able to buy drugs, this, that, and the other. People, are you serious? Are we really talking about something right now? This is like ridiculous. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, you can never buy drugs.
lock her up?
Yeah, you can never buy drugs.
Did I ever say lock her up, Ellie?
No, you just
I'm
said
saying,
like
where
if she
would
was
she
in
be safer? Where would she be safer?
Depends.
Well, but I mean that's
I mean-
like circumstantial though. Like if if she goes to jail,
I guess she might be safer in juvie. I'll give you that. She might be.
Okay.
But
All my point was
like,
this entire time, and that's why I'm like so mind blown. Like people are saying, "Oh no, she'd be safer on the street." How is that possible?
I don't think she'd
But-
be. I mean, I don't think she would want to go to.
But
I
the
mean-
only reason why, like, I guess I'm confused is because, like, it's not an option for her right now. So that's why I'm not.
That was
thinking
that was the debate in the chat. That's what started. That's how it started.
Oh.
Well, not only
it
that,
didn't start
Judy's
anything
just
else.
as bad. I mean, fuck, do you think there's not other 13-year-old, 14, 15-year-olds in there doing the same shit that she's in there? She's going to find, she's going to, you know, catch
Where's
up
she gonna
more.
find it easier, Queen?
She gets
She's gonna learn
caught
more
doing
shit.
something.
You know what I mean?
She's gonna find it
She's
easier
gonna
on the
learn
street.
more
You know
fucking-
that.
She's gonna learn more tricks. She's gonna learn more bullshit. She's gonna be
Yep.
around more people that learn.
She's gonna learn
shit.
more than on the street where she's at right now.
Well,
Yeah,
you don't
She's
know
gonna learn a
that.
lot in juvie, yeah, because she's around a whole bunch of like-minded little ass kids just like herself.
All right.
Well, because none of the
Yeah.
adult
Yeah.
girls on the
Yeah.
Fig don't want anything to do with her, so no, they're not teaching her anything.
They don't want shit
And
to do
people
with
are
her.
in
She's
and out of
there.
juvie as well, right?
Are her
That's also
age. The
another
people in and out of
system.
juvie are her age, and might teach her some things, because that's what
Hey.
like every story is that I learned more when I went in. You know,
Same for
Like,
jail.
Right?
Not in a million years I'll ever believe that. But
Shit.
all right. Disagree.
You learn how to live inside the jail. You learn how to live outside of it. That's all.
All I'm saying, Nikki, is it's discouraging that, like, because I look at juvie as part of the system, because most of the kids in juvie are wards of the state, right? And
Yeah.
like that, they really haven't done any, the system hasn't really done anything for this girl, you know.
I'm not talking about the system. That's the thing. He was in the system. I'm saying if she was in juvie and she was on the street, all right.
Juvie is part of the system,
where would you
though.
rather your kid? Would you rather your kid in juvie or on the street?
But the juvenile system comes with like CPS and cases, and your parental rights are reviewed. Like it's kind of a one and it's like kind of an
Sometimes
all-in-one sort of situation. Like that's why I keep referring to it as the same, I guess. It's a little different because they're minors.
And she's on the street, right? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. Like, and she could end up in juvie. Like any of those things could happen at any point for her. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a choice thing or what's better. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with her? But like right now, she's on. You know, she's in the system.
But for the sake of argument, I get it. Like she would have shelter, and she would be like sheltered from like certain things.
Tricks on the street. I mean, I don't understand. This is hard. I mean, this is what's
No,
going
I
on.
know. No, listen. No, I get what you're saying though. Like you're saying that she would be sheltered. She would be more safe and have more structure. She'd get 3 hots in a cot, like, and be a little more stable.
That's it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Under the shitty circumstances, it's a better option. That's it. I'm not saying she would friggin' go, go to. I mean, it's like it's all to me. It's obvious. I don't know. I guess not.
Yeah, I think like what Nonsense just said, it's like an important, you know, because it's true. Our system has just so many cracks in it. And that's what I think that's why you're like frustrated, Boston, because they're both like, they're one and the same in a way. Like,
and that is true.
The system, the system is
But
juvie.
are you pulling tricks inside of juvie? You're not.
Well, you don't know. Go to the Taylor that goes
know.
upside in front of juvie, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know. You can't say that. Like, it's not gonna, nothing is ideal. Nothing is like a vacuum. There's going to be problems, I think, in both. And they're one and the same, like what Cappy said, really.
All right, we did our poll. There we go. I did our poll right here.
Oh, nice. A poll. I love polls.
Would Nova be safer in juvenile detention center? There we go. We're going to do a poll and see where people are at in the chat. Would she be safer in a juvenile detention center
or on the streets?
All right, we're going to see where people are at. Y'all go answer the poll. It's anonymous. Go answer it.
It's anonymous. How long would she be in there? You know, like how long on the street?
No, it's just
question. No, I know.
I mean, I think in the streets a lot more can happen than in juvie. I know a lot of shit happens in juvie.
Yeah.
I just think out of the two.
But that's like she would have to go through the legal system, or whatever, some kind of.
But that's the thing. I'm not talking about the legal. I'm saying just the two.
The legal part of juvie.
How they get there.
They get into juvie. Yeah. Okay. Just the difference between the two. Okay.
That's it. That's all the argument ever was. When I say argument, like not argumentative, just the argument.
But one does require that factor, though. Do you know what I mean?
Kind of argument.
With them,
I know.
One's like forced, and one is like
gang,
voluntary. One's involuntary. You know what I mean? So it's hard to. I don't know. That's for me because one is like forced upon you. And then one is a choice. So do you know what I mean? It's a hard, like for me, it's a hard, like you can't you can compare like which is safer, but one has like, circumstances that led you to that one place, right?
But that's my argument. Which one is safer? That's been my argument the whole time. Which one do you think is safer?
I mean,
I just said out loud, if you had to choose, your child's on right? Would you rather that person in juvie or in the streets? Here's another one. Prison or the streets? Prison 10 times out of 10.
But like how long on the streets? Like, could you get them off of the streets? Could like there be services like that? You know what I mean? Like,
she have to commit like a crime?
Success ratio
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, wouldn't she have to be committing a crime? Or are you just saying, like,
that's not the point? That's a thing.
Okay. I know me.
Tim, you keep going back to that, bro.
I can't get over that either. Too.
Yeah, like you're like
going back to that, Tim. I keep saying it's just one of the two, not how you got there.
I guess safer in juvie then.
Okay, so you're just saying, okay, it'd just be safer just to put her.
That's what I've been saying.
So just lock everybody up.
Yeah, you're kind of like you're doing like that iRobot. Like you remind me of that iRobot movie where all the robots decide to lock up all the humans to keep them safe. Like
No,
you can't drive a car. You'll
Well,
be
that's what
safe.
you're kind of. That's your
You're kind of
argument.
doing
No,
an
that's
iRobot.
the whole time. It's safer to be, in my opinion, in juvie.
Are you an AI?
Juvenile detention center than on the streets.
This is an AI coming in with a question for us. Oh,
You
gosh.
answer the question. Are you an AI from Elon Musk? You just put us all in jail? I'm joking with you. I'm messing with you.
Oh no, you confused him. Involuntary confinement has its own issues. That's yeah. I mean, safer. I mean, like I think safer for like a month period if you're on the streets from or however many 6 months on
Here
the
comes
streets.
the
6
real
months.
thug. Here comes the real thug coming in.
I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue with him.
Let's do it, Egg. Let's fucking go.
However,
Scrambled
I do think
egg
it's
is coming
important, like if you're going to have a debate, like that you have to incorporate like what's been said so far, right? You just so Nick, like you keep going back to like the same question, but everybody's saying that it's just more nuanced than that. So let's say she gets arrested and gets a criminal record and is jailed in a juvenile detention center for how long? 6 months, right?
You can pick.
Okay. So what happens after that?
See, that's not my argument. My argument was what in juvie in the streets. Which
I
one
understand
is,
that, but
safer. That's all my argument was.
No,
not
I understand.
Not long-term ratio. Just that.
Mm-hmm. But you're acting like you're saying like I feel like everybody else is crazy that they don't agree, right? But what we're saying is like if she's going in the end for kids like this, it's never going to help their long-term outcome that they enter the criminal justice and the penal system.
Yeah.
Like it's never going to help that they have like a record and that they've been like in prison, right?
There's
and
other
it's not
avenues.
it's not intervention that's going
where would
to
they be safe? Where would they be safer?
They're not safe, Nick. Do you understand?
Where would they be safer?
There's
Out on the
you
streets,
can't say that. You don't know.
They'd be safer out on the streets because they
There's
wouldn't
so
be
many
getting a criminal record.
factors.
They wouldn't be having to live with a felony for the rest of their life. They wouldn't,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole lot of different things.
On the streets should be safer.
I think it's like undetermined.
It's undetermined.
Yeah, it's undetermined because you can never know like where she would be safer, truthfully. What amount of time. You don't know like what like the confines of like being in juvie if she was in prison, what would it do to her mental, like you just never know what it's gonna do to a single person. Where on the streets you don't know. She could be off the streets like very quickly. It might be like
her mother was just telling us what she was doing in the streets.
No, I know. I'm just saying there's lots of factors.
Her pimp had to call her
but
to
Nick,
get her out of trouble.
Nick, here's the thing. She's a chronic runaway. And she's a chronic runaway, right? She runs away like over like many times. She's a ward of the state. She's already doing this behavior. So the most obviously we don't know anybody's story, but the most likely thing is that what she's doing now and how she's living now is how she's probably going to live out like the rest of her childhood years, unfortunately. And if she survives it, right? It's not necessarily going to be like a better outcome because that time was punctuated with stints in prison.
So that
she has to win the lottery, Nick. She has to win the lottery for her life to turn out okay. And you can win the lottery wherever.
So how is the streets more productive?
It's not. It's all what we're saying is it's all bad.
I know it's all bad. What my point was the whole time where I think that someone would be safer in juvie than on the streets.
I mean,
as I said,
we can move this to say like all those people on Skid Row who are homeless, it'd be safer them being in jail than actually in the streets.
Yes,
Would you want to throw them in jail? Would you like to throw them all in jail?
I'm talking with this 13-year-old girl right now.
Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, like her mom was probably that 13-year-old girl too. She is going to get her. She is, by the way, Nick, like she is going to end up being pulled into the criminal justice system. Like that, where she is right now, that is going to be part of her life. It's not going to fix it. It's not going to intervene. It doesn't like, right. If like a kid, if we think about her whole life, it really doesn't matter where she was for 6 months when she was 14.
I'm not talking about long term. I'm talking about, I keep saying this. I don't know how many
Right,
times
but
I've
we're
said it.
talking about long term.
Well, I don't
I
think it's like a
wasn't.
black or white kind of
That's
like
what I
Right.
was saying.
like
You're
choice. Like
simplifying
you
it.
can't know
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
I mean,
I
That
think
was
it's
that
too
was
complicated
my
for it
point.
personally.
Was
I
I
don't know.
think off the streets in juvie would be safer for her at the moment, not
How
long
long
term.
would you?
Kids die in these
Yeah,
these facilities.
yeah, they're not like perfect facilities. If you just
I know
Google
it
it.
is.
But like, how long do you want her to be in juvie? Like 5 years, 6 years?
Why, Tim? Why do you keep saying that?
Because we want to know what the point of your question is.
Yeah.
Like,
my point, time out. One more time. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I said,
which is safer.
Her
Yeah.
being in juvie would be safer than on the streets.
I mean, so you want her to be there for a day? I mean, like
every day. How do we
I
keep
don't know
her?
how to talk to him. I don't. It's Tim.
I
do you
just
understand what I'm
wanna
saying right now? A day? No, I'm talking about
trying to.
No, you're not. I don't think you've ever
I
been.
think we're taking his simple.
Yeah. Okay. So what? Okay. So basically, what you're saying is she would be safer in there because she has a place to lay her head. And she has somewhere to eat and stuff, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That and not being turning tricks. Okay?
That could be happening in the facility too.
Okay, so we're just gonna say. So we're just gonna assume that all that stuff happens no matter what.
Well, you're assuming
but
a lot
wait,
too.
what? Ellie, go ahead. Ellie, say that again.
Hold on. What else? Wait.
Ellie, say that. I'm
No, I
assuming
said,
that.
well, you're assuming a lot too.
That's what she was saying.
We're
Her
not
mother was saying she's
assuming.
doing is turning tricks.
No, said it's possible.
Her mother was just saying that she's.
Yeah.
Well, you said safer here or there, and I feel like you're bringing up other factors. Like I don't think it's really like you can't really determine it. You know what I mean? It's like for an I don't know. It's like an undetermined kind of thing. There's like too many factors like to figure out which would be
factors, Ellie.
See that's unfair because I feel like you've heard us all saying what the other factors are. Yeah.
What factors? You go. What factors?
Like we told, but we said okay. So first of all, nobody answering your question is saying the streets are safer. They're saying the question is problematic. The question can't be answered. The other things we're talking about is the effect of incarceration on children. The effect of like once you get arrested, you might end up in a pipeline to like prison as an adult. We're talking about the fact that could just be like a rotating thing that churns her up and spits her out and does more harm, but doesn't actually do an actual intervention that changes the course of her life. Like those are the other things we're pointing out. And so you're saying, what are the other factors? But those are the factors that we're talking about.
I agree with that. I'm talking about someone being on the streets, someone being in juvie. I'm not talking about what happens in longevity of their life. I'm talking about right then and there. Where are they most likely going to be?
Then what's the point?
The whole point
What's the point?
Hey, that was the argument in the chat that you and I were talking about. You know that.
No, I don't understand. I don't understand the point of that at all. Her life is the point.
Yeah.
What happens to her on any given day, or where she's any given day, it doesn't matter if it ends up the same the next day.
Never mind.
Like the reason why I was asking you how long is because my thought process was like, did you want her to be in juvie for like until the age of 18 and then maybe come out like in, that type of situation? That's what I was asking you about.
That was never the argument. The argument for me was she would be safer.
But there would have to
think
be
she would be safer in juvie
at that current time.
But there has to be a point to someone eventually. Like if you say they're going to be safer, okay, but there has to be an end game. Like, we planning
a
on
long-term plan?
Yeah, like is this girl gonna?
What her long-term plan though?
But there is a long-term plan.
Nick,
but that's a factor, right?
I have a good analogy for you because you tried to bring up your friend the other day before, and I didn't think it was a great analogy, but you brought up your friend. You said your friend was a drug addict and he went to prison for 3 years, which forced him to get clean, and it changed his life, best thing for him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just imagine that right now that your friend could never get off, was always going to be an addict, no matter what. Would you feel differently about him being locked up and then returned to the same thing?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Like, here's the thing with your friend, in your friend situation, the prison time fixed the issue, right? What we're saying here is that it can't fix the issue.
Or we don't know if it will fix the issue.
Right. Of course, we don't know. This is
statistics.
With statistics, right? Like I said, she could be an outlier. She could be an exception, right? She could win the lot. Like she can win, the lottery. Basically, anything could happen to her, right? but I guess we're using her as a case study of what happens to the typical girl in that situation.
I think we're taking like Boston's simple question and make it more complicated and complex.
Well, he's
I
just
think
mad
that's
because
what
I
we're
won't
doing
answer
here.
because I won't answer a simple question.
It was very
Because
no. My simple, not even question.
Because I
My
feel like
simple
it's a
statement was that
yeah.
she would be safer, in my opinion, again, in juvenile detention than out on the street on any given night. I'm not talking about what she would learn and not
But
learn on the
there's other
streets, not
options.
learn in
There's, like,
juvenile. That's
group-
it. And it turned into
I mean,
all
then
this.
I would argue she'd be safer in a home with a loving
Yeah, like a
parent.
group home.
Of course
Or
she
a group
would.
home even.
Okay,
For,
then
like,
that's the argument.
for young teen, for
Yes.
people in her similar situation. There's so many other
That
options.
would be the
in
ideal
between
situation.
Juvie and the streets, though. There's so many other options.
So
So if you do, there's like
wouldn't the goal to be basically trying to get her to an actual home with
it would
like
be
instead of juvie? Yeah.
not right to juvie, like more like a juvenile group home or something. That would be
Which
a
she
better
would,
like.
right, which she would probably, she is, right, to be clear, she did not run away from her mother's custody, right?
No.
She ran away from the custody of the state, which means she was placed in either a foster home or a group home. And honestly, the way it sounds like they never really got her because she's like saying, my mom's never custody me, but I was never, so it sounds like they took mom's custody, but they never even located child and put child in a placement.
My question to you guys is: would you rather, if you had a child, would you rather that person on the streets doing what they're doing, we know what she's doing, or in juvie? Please answer.
Nick,
I would
these
rather in the
questions-
group home, in between
Yeah,
the
these-
juvie group
Yeah,
home,
group home.
where the state is telling her to go, pretty much, not even to prison, because prison would be if she committed some kind of crime. I don't know. See, that's where I think
like both of them
safer
are.
would be the group juvenile home, not juvie prison.
I
Why
mean,
would that
like-
be the better thing? A group home would help her like get a job. Like, I mean, ideally, they're not great, those group homes, but they're, the system is broken. That's the whole thing with this whole, I think, question. It's a
Hold on,
broken system.
Hold on, I put the screen up. Jim Jules, you're up here, but there's somebody back here too. You're up here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What's up?
No, I'm talking about I don't even know how to say your name.
It's Siobhan. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, there. Yeah. Yep.
Me? Hello?
What's up?
What'd you say?
Hi.
Saban, you said? Saban?
It's
Siobhan.
Siobhan. I love that name.
Siobhan? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know how to pronounce it. Were you just up here? Okay, so I thought you were up here.
I was crusty.
With that name, you instantly got blocked.
Yeah.
I wasn't even playing. So, yep, that's exactly what
No,
there's no room.
it's okay. I get that.
Yep.
It's okay. I get that a lot. I just want to briefly give my. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Is it all right if I chat or should I wait?
If you got an opinion, come on up. Yeah, let us know.
Siobhan's a social worker, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So let me.
On us here.
I'm going to lay out my experience, then you make a determination as to whether or not I'm qualified to discuss this. But I have a law degree, so a Juris Doctor. I have a master's, and I have a bachelor's degree. I worked in DCFS or CPS. It just varies from state to state. I worked there for 3 years. Then I worked at a forensic/psychiatric hospital. So that's the hospital where if you watch like Law and Order or VU, they talked about someone was a cannibal and they sent them to a hospital for treatment. That's where I worked. I worked there until I was assaulted by a patient. So if you ever want to talk about working at one of those hospitals, I would love to talk about it as much as I can without, breaking HIPAA or confidentiality laws. But now I work at a children's hospital where I make referrals for mental health services. And the reason I really wanted to jump in is because in the last couple of days I've been I won't say dealing with it, but I had a situation and that I had concerns about trafficking. I've been trained on trafficking. I won't say I'm an expert. I have not been in any coalitions or any specialized teams for it. It's just because of all my experience. I've attended a lot of conferences, met with a lot of people. So I feel like I can add some perspective. I apologize because I missed the first part. I live in Seattle. I was just driving home, and so I finally got home. So I apologize if I I'm redundant, but I did want to address, I think, the ongoing conversation. And I want to start off by laying out that I think a lot of people have a misconception about sex trafficking. It's trafficking in general, and it's not even that it's someone on the street selling their their body. It's much more subtle than that. So as an example, a child who is abused at home by her mom, her older sister asks her to move in with her, and in exchange she, maybe the landlord needs one of them to sleep with him in order to give them a cut on rent. That is trafficking also. So it is basically the exchange of service. So it's not just sex, it's also employment. There are a lot of people who are in positions where, like, live-in nannies, caretakers, they're not being adequately paid and they don't have the resources to leave that situation. So trafficking is a serious issue. I do want to say that contrary to popular beliefs, it's not a man who is frequently found to be the person recruiting women into, or young girls into, trafficking situations. It actually can be teenage boys. So like their teenage boyfriends in high school, they start asking them to do favors, and then it just starts to escalate from there. Women also are a large group of people who do recruiting, because girls see a woman, think that she can replace that mother figure. They trust another woman, so they're most likely to, respond and follow their commands, their advice, and that's also a gateway for getting into trafficking. It is common, and I certainly was trained about this, that outside of group homes, traffickers will have other teenagers hang outside of the group home. They know better. So again, just throw out the concept of this creepy old white guy in a van trolling the streets, because that's not how it happens. It's much more subtle, taking advantage of people in desperate situations, starting off with small incidents like, can you just sleep with this guy? He'll pay our phone bill, up to much more egregious acts. Does that make sense? I know I rambled a lot.
No.
You can continue.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, right. Keep going.
So I think I could do better answering questions, just because I wasn't here and I don't want to repeat things. So is there anything I can try to address, or at least provide you resources so that you can understand the complexities of it?
I mean, I think like the crux is like, with Nick's question, he says, which is safer, the streets or juvie, basically, would be the question that he probably would pose to you. So am I correct? Am I mischaracterizing your question, Nick, or is that the correct
No, that's
question?
perfectly. That's
okay, cool. So that's the question you'd probably want to pose to you, and since you have more experience in this field, it'd be very interesting to hear your point of view.
So let's back up and address, what does the streets mean? What do you mean by that?
Where she is right now. Where she's right now.
He's using the current scenario where this young girl who's basically using her body to sell her body online, and also to men in person, to sleep with men. Basically, that's a scenario, and that's a scenario.
Well, basically, her mom is a sugar baby. She claims herself as a sugar baby, and her mom moved her from where she says she was. Where was she at? Beverly Hills. Basically to South Central LA. So she went from. She said she went from living a whole different life to living an entire different lifestyle.
And so was it her mother who started the trafficking?
Her mom says
was
no.
That how she?
This is her mom right here. Her mom says no. Her mom said she's got 8 things against her daughter. She's got 8 reports out for her daughter for running away.
Mm-hmm. And her daughter, I think what I caught was that her daughter. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And she's only 13, by the way.
Yeah, she's 13, but she's saying that she's claiming it's not her fault that this is going on.
So the mom's saying that it's not her fault.
Right.
Well, I don't want to say it's complicated, because at the end of the day, we know that it's wrong to allow, force, coerce, whatever word you want to use for this situation, a child to use their body for financial gain or any other type of gain. Any type of exploitation is wrong. I have seen moms who owe bills and had to figure out ways to pay their bills. And if they had a young daughter available, they would use their daughter to pay that bill. In their mind, they don't think of that as trafficking or prostitution. They think of it as like a favor. And I'm not saying this is truth or, the case across the board, that this is every situation. But again, trafficking is, years ago, it used to be that one of the biggest places to find vulnerable children to traffic, it was in their own home, because of the internet. For a long time, I've gotten onto other people's channels and I have told them, please don't post your children. It is very easy for me to find what high school they attend and all of their extracurricular activities. But all they need is a cell phone and an access to a banking card or anything, and they can get up and running and do their own thing. So I would not be surprised if her mom had her do something that she thought was trivial, wasn't that bad, and then it just increased over time. The amount that she was willing to allow her daughter to do increased over time. That
or she saw
is
her
my
mom
guess.
doing it, because her mom also, I think, did similar, right, guys? That's what they're saying. Like her mother was also like a worker. So maybe
Her
she saw
mother's
that
a sugar,
behavior.
like her mother had her when I think her mother's a sugar baby, basically.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about her grandmother. The grandmother had her mother when she was 15. But I think the crux of the question is like, if you put this little girl in juvie, let's say you took her in juvie, would it stop this? Like, would it be like entirely stop it? Would it be the safest location? Would it basically be the safest location for her? Or would it just be better to just let like the system, just let her go into the streets? Or would you think it'd be safer than her being in juvie? That would be the question, I think, is the question being posed.
I don't like the term juvie. It is associated with children who have committed certain acts, and I understand that we're. Oh no, I'm setting up where I'm going with my answer, because I've worked in institutionalized settings. So in juvenile detention, they're there because they've usually committed a crime, and they're going through a forensic evaluation, et cetera, et cetera. She does not need to be in that type of environment. She's not, I know prostitution is illegal, but she is not able to do anything illegal. Does that make sense? She's the victim.
Yeah, she's the
victim.
Yeah.
I feel sending her to juvenile detention is victimizing her further, because it is an institutionalized setting.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like,
with that said, and I think
it would be kind of like punishing a victim.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly, because she's not. I am very adamant that even though she might say that she wanted to do this, or I haven't seen it, so I'm just assuming that she's saying she doesn't mind, it's not hard work, etc. She is still 13 and not capable of making that decision, and she knows nothing else, especially if she grew up in an environment where she saw her mother exchanging sexual favors for financial gain, right? That's all she's known. That's how she navigates the world. So to put her into juvenile detention, where you have individuals who might have committed assault, burglary, carjackings, you are exposing her to, a totally different environment. She's the victim, so she needs to be in victim services. Depending on the state, Child Protective Services will usually have a specialized unit or some specialized foster care. And I know people are going to say, but foster care in and of itself, that's a traumatic experience. Well, in these situations, I would like to say that these are highly specialized foster parents. In a sense, they are group homes. I shouldn't say that. They could be foster parents or they could be group homes. Even if she went to juvenile detention, she would still be vulnerable to trafficking. And I think that should be clear. I don't want to say that once she's in the system, like doing the trafficking, the exploitation, it's hard to remove herself. It can be if she doesn't have that support network, which it sounds like she doesn't. But just because she's in juvenile detention doesn't mean that trafficking wouldn't happen there. Again, traffickers are hanging out, waiting for those kids to leave. And as soon as they do, they know that they're, struggling to find a place to stay. Maybe they had a substance abuse issue and they were clean during their lockdown period, but now they're really, really wanting to get, their next hit or something. And so they make themselves convenient for that person. So again, trafficking, in a very blunt, easy way to understand, typically starts at home. Your child has access to the internet. They get a hold of the wrong person and the wrong person just starts like, let's meet up. And then that favor exchange starts happening. And then slowly and surely you lose your kid to it. So yeah, I think there's a lot of misconceptions. And again, I'm not an expert, just someone who's attended a lot of trainings and have had to make the reports, do some investigations myself. And so I have some experience.
Yeah, so, yeah, I agree with that. So basically, a juvenile facility would be more of a punishment, and it would probably not help the scenario. And it'd probably
That wasn't ma'am. It was, where would the person, the child most likely be safer? On the streets or in some sort of detention center?
Oh.
So there are laws that allow for children to become independent. There's extended foster care. I know at least in my state, other states, and extended foster care, I mean, people who are past the age of 18 under certain circumstances can still be under the foster care system. But I would much rather have her in that system because a lot of people may not know that when you deal with CPS and there is an open case, so there's an intention to reunify the kids with their parents, there's going to be a guardian ad litem assigned to their case, or a CASA, or a court-appointed special advocate. If they're under the age of 13, over the age of 13, they're going to have their own attorney. So she is now 13. I would rather have her in the foster care system because that would then trigger her to have that her own attorney who would be looking out for her best interest.
The thing is, it's like he's asking you like a hard question. He's asking you basically, the scenario is let her walk free around the streets, letting her do what she was going to do.
It's kind of an impossible question.
Or throw her, or put her in a juvie system, and which is safer? That's his question. And you have to pick one or the other. You have to pick which one is safer in your opinion. And you can't say foster system. You can't say group home. You have to say whether it is putting this child in a juvenile detention center or allowing the kid to continue to be, run around doing what they're doing right now.
Right.
And that is
respectfully, from my professional experience, I cannot play, or I won't say play. I cannot answer that. And because I know that there are so many systems out there to support individuals. And what I was trying to get at is that with the attorney, they will now advocate for her directly. She will also qualify for victim services. Yes. So if there's a CPS case and the child is over the age of 13, so the parents, each parent will have their own attorney. So it's not even just one attorney representing each parent. Each parent is their own party. If the child's over the age of 13, they have their own attorney who represents their interests solely. And then you have an attorney representing the state or the Department of Children Services or whatever. So the reason why I'm saying I can't answer that is because I know in my professional experience that at the age of 13, she's going to qualify for that attorney. She's going to qualify for victim services. She, at the age of 13, could live in a situation where she lives with other teenage girls her age. And this is where I think this is the likely scenario, is that she will end up with other victims of trafficking in a similar situation, living situation, where they're receiving some type of treatment, ongoing treatment. And they, again, will have their own attorneys. I don't know about reunification at that point. I just don't. It is possible that they might have a permanent, or I shouldn't say permanent, but a long-term guardian. So are you all familiar with the term parents patria?
No, I'm not.
So this surprises a lot of people, but it's the doctrine that the state is the ultimate parent. So a lot of people are like, I'm the parent of this child. Well, actually, technically the state is, and that's what gives the state the authority to terminate your parental rights, right? So even at the age of 13, maybe she says, I don't want to go home. I don't want to be adopted. I just want to be in long-term foster care. She might have a guardian assigned to her who advocates for her rights in addition to an attorney. They might even have that same role depending on the state, what they might allow. So I apologize to the gentleman for not playing along. That's why I said play.
It's okay.
It's just too hard for me to say that when I know what is available and what would likely be the outcome.
Absolutely, and it's very educating that, like, you're basically getting an idea about this, because that's the whole thing that is very important. People are wondering now about this Mark guy who's basically did this whole interview of this 13-year-old child. Do you think he was being? Do you think him interviewing, and what do you think? Do you think like him just interviewing and showing her face and all that stuff? What are your thoughts on that? I guess I'm trying to get at. And he also, he basically showed her whole body, her face, and he basically, at one point, her top was see-through. He had that on, and he basically interviewed this 13-year-old girl and kept it on. And then when he got backlash, he proceeded to put the uncensored version on his separate website.
I like to think or give. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think YouTube took his video down because of the
okay.
You know what I mean? Because there's no way he had so many views on that video. There's no way he would have deleted that.
Yeah, they probably took it down. Yeah.
You're saying that he didn't grow a conscience and say to himself, man, that's kind of fucked up that I'm showing this person who's like.
No, because it was up for more than 24 hours before it came down.
Oh, okay. But what's your thoughts?
What does he gain from this?
It makes money. He does interviews with homeless
a lot of.
Yeah, he
How
goes.
many followers does he have? 5, like you said.
5 million, and he just
5
goes.
million, right?
Yeah, he goes and he interviewed the mother originally, and then he did the interview with this little girl. But he basically interviews homeless people or stuff like that. Takes pictures of them. He did like black and white pictures of them, and interviews them about their life, basically, and then makes ad revenue, makes GoFundMe's. He also puts their pictures in his books, like picture books for like coffee tables and stuff like that, and he's done that as well.
This is where her being 13 and being in the foster care system with her own attorney would be so beneficial. And my thoughts, I wonder if she should talk to,
You're thinking she couldn't give consent for,
if she was your client, you're saying.
yeah,
like,
basically she
yeah.
couldn't give consent to this interview probably, and she should probably talk to an attorney or something or some.
Yeah.
Right. She's 13. He is exploiting her.
Yeah.
He removed any. So, if you go to a state's website, I know this is tangential, but it's getting to my point. If you go to a state's website, their DCFS, Child Protective Services, if you go to their website, you might be surprised to learn that there is a listing of all children who are available for adoption. Some states are changing that. So there's a website called adoptuskids.org, right? And it has every state and I won't say every child, but almost every child in their foster care system who is available for adoption. And so you can just go through, select their age, their race, their gender.
Yeah.
And so some states are realizing what they have done, and now they're restricting that information. So I know Oklahoma is one of those. Virginia, I think, is another. So if you wish to adopt a child, they will have their profile, but they no longer post their picture. They no longer have their real name and nothing that identifies them.
Yeah, but he not only showed the girl's face, gave I think he gave her name, and he also basically left the video up for 24 hours where you can actually see her through her top, her thing, her broth. It was like one of those shiny, like where you can see through it. And basically he left it up for 24 hours and said that he had more salacious parts of the interview, but he didn't want to actually put that in because, he didn't want to offend the people who might be offended by that.
Right.
Do you think he should have probably not done the interview and probably should have be kind of worried about being investigated at this point? Or do you think
it wouldn't be the first time that a teenager talked about their abuse? It's not uncommon to have a story about a child victim be featured. The issue I have is that he displayed her face. He didn't blur her picture out. So let's say 5 years, she's now 18. Maybe she wants to join the military. They're gonna, maybe her classmate, or she goes off to college, something else. When she's an adult, people are going to be able to find her picture and find her name and what she went through. She does not have an opportunity any longer, well, unless she, scrubs and adopts the new legal name, which she may have to, but he took her right of anonymity away. So even in the Child Protective Services, we can't disclose her name. We can't give any identifying information. So my question was, how did he help her? He didn't. He, said this girl is a victim and you all should know that she's a victim, right? 2, he gave away her identity, her name and her face. So in 10 years, when she's a mother and wants to put it all behind her, people might walk up to her because they watch this on YouTube and say, I remember you used to be a prostitute type thing, right?
Yeah, he also
look here, this is and the way she puts it, like the way it's done is like this. Let's see how she's sitting there by her, see how she is right there. That's not how it was earlier. When he very first put this video out, that top she has on was transparent. You could see right through it. He left it up for 24 hours, let her do the interview or whatever, interviewed her, let that stay up, and then put links in the fucking description for her as well.
Yeah, because she sells imagery, let's just say that much, and videos to very disgusting individuals who will pay her lots of money. And and also the guy is a photographer for 30 years or something like that. So this is not like a random YouTuber that just slipped up. Let's just say that much. It's a little odd.
I've never followed him. I've not really watched any of his documentaries, but I know that he's been involved in other controversies on similar issues. I think involving prostitutes, or I think maybe it was um, a young adult who had substance abuse issues and then ultimately completed the S word. He's been involved in other controversies, and that's really, he wants to show the darkness of humanity. I get that. But if he showed any, so when you're describing what she was wearing, I guess really what I want to be clear in my mind is, did you see her breast, or could you see her
Yes,
breast?
you can.
Absolutely, you could see her
So
breasts, her
she's
nipples,
under.
everything that was everything, and he put it and he left it. That's my problem. He left it for more than 24 hours until YouTube gave him a fucking strike and forced him to take it down. Then he said he put the what did it say? The unredacted
Censored.
version or something?
Uncensored.
Yeah.
The uncensored.
Yeah.
So it says soft white underbelly interview and portrait of Nova, a 13-year-old runaway in South Central LA, has been deleted. The video can be watched on the SWU subscription channel of Soft White Underbelly. For ad-free, uncensored videos and plenty of exclusive content, please subscribe to the Soft White Underbelly subscription channel. It's $10 a month.
Unreal.
I would be very careful watching it.
Isn't that CP kind of, because you could, right? Consider
Yeah, it's in his computer too. So if like let's say
Right.
like he gets
Right,
investigated,
he did the entire interview like that.
because like you could get like I've seen the case where like some people get off because it's online, like stuff like that. But if it's downloaded in your computer, you're fucked. You're going to jail, and that's in his computer. So I would be worried if I was him. I would be fucking.
Well,
very
that's the
worried.
thing. That's what I wonder. I don't think it was just YouTube who made that decision. I would not be surprised if either a lawyer representing someone, or like a victim advocacy group who's stepping forward, or even a politician or someone of authority and influence intervened and said, "Oh no, you don't." I would not be surprised. I really think it was law enforcement. I would not be surprised if it was the FBI. They've been working on trafficking. This is a huge issue. And yeah, I'm old enough to remember when Brooke Shields was 13 and they had her in sexualized photos. I don't know if anyone else is old enough, but they considered her the prettiest woman in the world, and she was like only 13 or 14.
Blue
But
Lagoon
I
was a
remember.
huge issue. I said Blue Lagoon was a huge issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Blue Lagoon. I remember that. Yeah. Yep. All the
And
controversy. Yep.
so really, they make the argument that this is, art. This is about storytelling, etc. But for this one, I don't know, because of what she does. It's not acting. I mean, the Blue Lagoon was acting. She is actually a trafficking victim who is being forced, I think, to participate in these acts. And you have her in a salacious manner displaying her wares. How are you not trafficking her yourself? You're advertising her. So I think I think that's just an opinion. I don't know for sure. I think law enforcement intervened, and now I would not be surprised if he's going to try to make this a First Amendment issue and try to argue that this isn't vulgar. This is storytelling, etc. And hence why he took it to his website. He's probably going to get an attorney who will fight for that. So I think this is going to be a bigger issue, but I think,
yeah. All right. I agree with you. I think the guy should
Like
get arrested.
at the time of this interview, how old was she? I'm
13.
getting kind of caught up.
13.
She's 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the gig. Here's the gig. I don't care if you're interviewing somebody. I don't care if you are making a documentary or whatever, and you put the stuff out there before the blur and all this kind of stuff. You put out the actual aspect, and you can see things. it is still considered underage aspects.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. By the way,
I don't care. There's no shield law you can hide behind. There's no First Amendment you can hide behind. If you
have
a person,
some weird ass noise going on.
You're like an alien.
You're like coming in and out.
First
like,
encounter.
let me try.
Weird as hell.
Let me do something. Let me try to reconnect.
I thought it was me.
Like some sort of password the aliens are giving us, like through your fucking panel.
Yeah,
chat.
totally. He's like
that was weird.
beaming in. He's
It's
like,
you know, like for like the when that guy's on the mountain scene, he has to communicate with the aliens with the music. That's what it was reminding me of. Like he's, you know, the guy who made the mountain.
I am robot.
You know, like
Yeah.
he starts playing the music, and I was thinking, like, we're communicating with aliens right now, and maybe he's backgrounds. But anyway, Queen, I'm gonna skedaddle. I gotta go to bed. It's been late for me. You guys have to go on. All right, you guys have to go on. Bye.
I'm probably going to have to go to bed soon because I work tomorrow. But I wanted to come up because I think I'm the expert at arguing with Nick. So I was going to come in and try and translate, you know, his argument and what he was trying to say. But going back to what you guys were saying about a minor. So I've done modeling in the past, like commercial print modeling, and every model has to sign a model release form because the photographer will be using your likeness, your image for profit. Now, it's different when it comes to minors. A minor has to sign a model release form in order for the photographer to make profit. But in some cases, well, anytime a minor signs a model release form, a parent or guardian has to sign off on permission. That permission is so that they can control the child's image. They can control what is being put out commercial-wise. If a minor model release form is not signed, all of the rights and whatever the photographer wants to do with that image and that likeness now falls on the liability of the photographer. So I'm curious to know what kind of contracts he gets these people to sign. Because I feel like in the legal aspect, it's a lot of responsibility is going to fall on him. And I think YouTube did take his video down. But I don't know, anytime a minor is displayed like that without a model release form, it's all on him. He is basically kind of invisibly signed off as the guardian, and he is the quote unquote guardian putting this type of content out of her likeness. And it's, yeah. Like B. Tim would say, yeah, he's gonna get in trouble legally.
I don't know how he doesn't. I'd be surprised.
Is it better now or worse?
Yeah, it's way better. But yeah, the
It's
video,
good.
yeah, he edited it. You can see where he blurred the photo. He blurred the video where her shirt's at pecan, and there's the only link in his description is for his content, for his soft white underbelly page or whatever that is that he's got going on.
I'm sorry, that's still trafficking, in my opinion. Like, here's the thing: here's the aspect is that this story is that important, right? If I was going to do something like that, if I was a journalist who was going to interview someone of that nature, right, I would have enough respect for that person to make sure that they were, one, face was blurred out, right, and two, that they were wearing respectable clothing. Like, it's not like you're not interviewing for, and I'm not trying to be like mean or anything. Like, you're not interviewing for fucking Pornhub. You're talking about trying to expose the underbelly of this crazy, right?
Well, yeah,
And
he could have gave her a soft white underbelly T-shirt. I mean, but
He
I mean,
should
I
have.
think he was trying. From my understanding, it seems like what he tries to show is the gravity of the situation. That's what he seems like he tries to show in his videos.
I'm sorry, but the gravity of the situation comes from her story, not what she looks like.
Right. Exactly. I think he missed the mark by letting her stay dressed like that. You know what I mean? I don't think people would have been as upset about the interview had she been dressed appropriately.
And you're talking about a girl who is 13 years old, who has been, who doesn't know normal, right? Doesn't know that most people, like most women that walk outside, don't wear stuff like this. They don't act this way, right? And he's doing a detriment, like an adult. Okay. What differentiate between
a child?
and
No,
here?
adult.
Yeah.
Yes.
That this is not the way that, you know, as a 13-year-old, you should be out there doing this. She was bred and groomed to be this way, right? Forced to be this way. But as the person who is the adult in the room who comes in to interview about this horrible thing happening, you should be the one who's I don't know what the word, the fucking adult, and be like, listen, I want you to put on like respectable clothing, because you're no longer, we're not talking about the life that you are in, like you were. We're talking about your experience. And the thing is that it's not about what you look like, it's about the words that you say and the aspect of your fucking story, right? But no, he decided, apparently from what I saw, to go ahead and put everything out there on display, and that sickens me. It sickens me.
Yeah, for me, it was just if you had to pick one or the other, where would you rather your child be? That's what it boiled down to. Don't you chingo me.
What I was gonna say, Nick, was that I think the disconnect between your thought process and like everybody else's thought process.
Well, the poll was 68.
Hold on.
32.
Hold on. The disconnect between your thought process and the thought process of everybody else was that we are over here considering all of the hypotheticals from your choices. There are so many different hypotheticals depending on age, environment, situation. What if she went into juvie and there was one of her mom's friends that had, like, you know, beef with her and she got shanked or something?
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
what if she's out on the street and the same situation? Hold on. And the same situation happens.
I can't even get when I agree.
I love it. I love your argument.
Yeah. But what we were considering was the hypotheticals in each situation. When we look at the bigger picture and consider so many hypotheticals for each of your situations, we conclude that no place is really safe.
Of course.
But we can say in juvie, yes, she does have a roof over her head. In the streets, we don't know. You know, but that, again, those are diving into details of the hypothetical situations of each of them. Now, this girl, from what we did learn from the interview, is that she's very smart and she adapts to her environments. She adapts to any situation with intelligence in order to gain, like to come up. So how is she going to utilize that on the streets when she can have total independence and, you know, have a come to Jesus and decide to use some of her money to better herself and get away from the situations? She can't do that if she's locked up in juvie. But again, that every situation is different.
She's a 13-year-old girl, though, Jules.
I understand that, Nick.
Why are you talking to me like I'm a baby? I'm confused. She's a 13-year-old girl. What is she saving?
I understand.
What is she saving?
Yeah,
I mean,
at 13 years old.
She's saving that money. We gonna save that money.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if she's smart enough, like, here's the problem. The problem is, and this sucks because I would never want. You know, I have a niece, right? And you know, I look at these cases and I'm like, oh my God, the things I would do. But the thing is, the difference is that my niece is not growing up in the juvie system. If this girl is smart enough to put money away to get away from this and try to do, like, to better herself, right? Then, you know, God bless that. But the problem is the people that are trying to use her story to make themselves better. And I don't mean better as in like a good person. I mean like improve their stuff, right? Which is why I think what happened here, right? God bless her for putting money back and trying to better herself and all this kind of stuff and having to walk away from this. But I disagree with this interview. Like, I disagree with the way he interviewed her. I disagree with
100%.
the way all this kind of stuff 100%, right? It's not helping her, right? If you want to help this girl, she may be smart enough to put this money away and all this kind of stuff, but she doesn't have life experience in the way that you would as far as like a normal life, right? She has life experience, don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing that, right? 'Cause she does. She's got street smarts like a motherfucker. But she also has a certain common sense, which is that, she needed to put money away. She wanted something better and all this kind of stuff. If I was going to interview somebody like that and I knew them, the first thing I would try to do is also help them, right, to get away from the stigma of what they had to go through. And what this interviewer did was perpetuate that stigma because of the way he interviewed her and what she was wearing. And that I don't agree with.
Just at that age of 13, I don't think she knows exactly what to do with her money on the streets.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing: like, there are people you got to understand, like, people have to grow up fast, right? And if anyone's ever had to grow up,
She was
fast,
12 last year.
I understand that. It doesn't mean that you don't understand you don't see the world around you, especially when you're in hardcore situations. You're watching these guys. You're watching everyone around you. Like my nephew is 6 years old, right? And he watches everything I do. He watches everything my dad does. And I'm talking about the way I know this is because he mimics the way we talk, not in just the way that like he just mimics the words, like he mimics the understanding of when to use certain words, right? And he knows when to use certain things because he's watched us do it. He's watched everyone around him do it. So the thing is, it's not unnatural for a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old to sit there and say, well, listen, like, I've seen people talk about this live. I've seen people do all this kind of stuff, and I don't want that per se. So I'm going to do this. Like, just because they're 13 doesn't mean that they're not have enough common sense to realize they may not necessarily know how to do it, but they realize that there's a way. And part of that way is apparently with her is saving money back, right? And so it's hard to judge, right? Because it's hard to sit there and say, well, like, I can't believe she would do this. Well, I can believe that because I mean it depends on the situation you're put in. Like, if you have to grow up fast, you become an adult way faster than you need to, especially with her situation.
Well, the value that she has and she's earning, I don't see it as money. I see it as she has this awareness of situations. This is just from what I picked up. She has a different awareness than a 13-year-old, than me as 13 had. That's why I say she's a lot smarter than her experience that she's having right now in the streets. That's valuable to her. What she does with it, we can only hope for the best, but her tangible value is income right now. But what she's learning is that awareness and how to navigate the streets.
She's turning tricks.
I'm aware of that, Nick.
So how is she learning anything valuable on the streets? I'm confused.
Well, she even said herself, she's learning about relationships. She's learning about how these men are because of the way that they treat her. So again, took me 37 years to learn this, how a good man should treat you and how a not so good guy should treat you. She's learning what type of men to stay away from. And again, if she keeps that awareness, I think that knowledge and that through that experience is invaluable to her. She's going to keep it for the rest of her life.
If she can get out of life.
Or if she'll be scarred for the rest of her life. Like,
that's true.
Here's the thing though. You can't go through life without being scarred. Right.
This is a situation, someone on the streets having sex with random guys. That's not something that you just let go of. And like I'm confused.
Nick, I worked with a woman one time, and I'm not even gonna lie. I worked with a woman one time who had her PhD, and she was and this is not compared to like an actual like prostitute, but she was a stripper, right? Lived the stripper life, right? Made her money, made her fucking bones, went to school, became a PhD, and then came to work at the same place I worked.
This girl doesn't want a boyfriend anymore, Navy. She says she doesn't want a boyfriend anymore. in their interview. She doesn't want a boyfriend anymore.
Well, look at the environment that she's in.
Exactly. She's on the streets.
No. Stop for a second, and let me explain. Right? Let me explain. At this moment in time, one, she's 13 years old. Number two, she's gone through some traumatic shit, right? I remember when my sister was talking about, like, she's getting ready to graduate high school and she's going to college and she's graduating college, all this kind of stuff. And she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to have stretch marks. Now, I know it's not the same thing, but what I'm saying is that the mind changes over time. I have a niece and nephew now, right? And they're actively trying to work on a third child, right? Which, if you would talk to my sister 15 years, 20, 30 years ago, right, she would have laughed in your face if she would have 2 kids working on a third. Okay. What I'm saying is that you can't judge things based on how they are now in her current situation. If she's able to change her situation and come out of what she's doing and be able to live, quote unquote, a more normal life, those aspects of her, like not wanting a boyfriend, this, that, and third, will fucking change. Now, she will have trauma and she will have issues. Welcome to the fucking world.
Right, but being in there at 13, I have to agree with Burton. Who's to say she can be able to leave when it's that time, when she wants to leave? Who's to say she'll even have the ability or a choice to walk away? She may not. She may be stuck there.
The fact that she's out there, the fact that, but the thing is, though, there's no guarantee, right? But the fact that she's out there and that she knows, okay, so one of the things that she knows is that people understand that these situations exist. They also know that there are people that are going to reach out to her and try to help her and all this kind of stuff in a way where she was just that girl on the corner that no one knew who she was. She was this nameless fucking nobody that now she's going to have that opportunity because people will reach out. They will say, listen, if you want to get out of this, there are people that can help you, right? And all this kind of stuff. And a lot of girls don't get that because they don't get the attention. She has gotten the attention, i.e. we're talking about it tonight, right? And so she will have a chance. There's always a chance. There's always an aspect where it can happen, right? It just depends on if they want to take it. It's the same like being in the military for the last 21 years. You know how many people I ran into in the military for the last 21 years who were part of gangs? There's a Master Chief right now that I know, right? And he literally wrote a book called Essay to Master Jefe, right? About his time being in a gang in Los Angeles, joining the military and getting out of the gang and becoming a Master Chief in the United States Navy. Is it super common all the time? No, but can it happen? Yes. And the only thing that kills that is people believing that it'll never happen. So I would rather give her the benefit of the doubt that she's going to be able to find a way to get out of it than say that because of what she's doing has now condemned her for the rest of her life, because it hasn't.
We'll agree to disagree on that one, brother, but that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? Understanding each other's point of views.
I've literally watched people do it, I'm telling you, brother, when I've watched people do it, you can't say it can't happen.
Listen, I've watched people do it, and I've watched people die in the streets.
People have been dying in the streets too, but I'm saying is that the aspect of the possibility exists, and so for it to just be discounted, right?
Right, I agree with you. Look, Nathan said we don't know that. Agree to disagree, sister. What the sister I said.
That's what I said. Agree to disagree.
I mean, we know people who have survived and things like trafficking, the streets. And we've known people who have died. It's just, every situation is different. Every person is different. Every person's perspective is different. I mean, the world would be so boring if we agreed with everything. Like,
of course,
100%.
But I think the only thing that, I mean, the whole reason why YouTube exists is that we hope people are open to hearing our opinions and our sides and starting conversations like this. Because,
of course,
I mean, what else would we be doing on a Friday night wait, it's Friday, right?
Yes, it's Friday.
Okay. It's an long week.
Almost.
No, it's not. Don't say
Well,
that.
not Central Time.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, if I had a child and I had to pick one of the two, I wouldn't pick the streets.
Well, if I had a child,
I've been there and done that shit.
it would be different, right?
So
But
what
the
would you
problem
pick?
is
Maybe
that
what would you pick? Would you pick
you're running
streets or
into
detention center?
you're running into a logical fallacy. The logical fallacy you're running into is a what if, right? We can what if all fucking day, right? The point of the matter is, let's look at the situation as it is, right? When giving a particular situation and see what a possible outcome could be, right? We can what if all day long. What if I did this? What if I did that? What if I, I don't know, tomorrow fucking unicorns started, coming around shitting rainbows. Like, it doesn't fucking matter if you what if. I mean, unless you want to do like a thought experiment, which we can do, right? But it depends on if you're looking at taking a what if and associating it with someone's actual life. I mean, you can what if all fucking day, right? Or what if I had kids? What if I had kids and one of them became a drug addict? What if you can what if all day long. It doesn't the credence of a what if does not disprove an aspect that can happen.
No, I'm not what ifing. I'm saying I just said if you had to choose.
And the thought process of it'll never happen to me. I think those are two things that we can never predict. We can never prepare enough for.
So tell me again, Nick, what is the choice again? Like,
If you had to choose, if you had a child, right?
Okay.
Would you rather that child be on the streets or in a detention center?
That is
knowing what they're doing.
Loaded fucking question. Well, I mean, my question is like, what led up to those aspects? Because you can't just come out and say,
well, they're already in the streets, pulling tricks and doing drugs. Where would you rather them?
Do they not do drugs in juvie?
Where would you rather them? Where is it easier to just answer it, Navy?
Well, no, my question is like you can't say just answer, because the problem is there are qualifiers.
Exactly.
This, right?
What do you mean?
You can't just.
It's a hypothetical.
You can't just ask a black and white question when there's so many qualifiers that comes into it. Like, it depends on where you are. How is the juvie system? How is the street problems?
What state are you in?
Like, what state are you in?
What county are you in?
You can't just ask. Is it better is it better to be alive or dead? Right. So if I were to ask you, is it better to be alive or dead? Right. What's the first thing you're going to ask me? Well, what's the qualifiers? Right. You can't just throw a question out there like that and expect a yes or no answer, because it's ingenuous to have a yes or no question to that answer, because it depends on the situation, right? Is it better to be alive in a war-torn country where you're starving every day versus being dead, or is it better to be alive in a country like America where you have access to all these programs and all this kind of stuff, and you can actually semi-survive or whatever? Like, the problem is you can't ask blank questions like that without qualifying.
That's not a blank question. I'm saying if you're
it is a blank
question. All right, here we go. Here's not the blank question. If your daughter or son was a drug addict and turning tricks, where would you rather them be?
Rehab.
100%. But if you couldn't get in rehab and they ended up in two places, the streets or in a detention center, where would you rather them be?
So you're really asking people if they are choosing between hell and hell, but there is other options, right? And I wanted to jump in, and I'm usually one who, I do this so frequently. I drop down and then I'm like, I'm done. And then I hear something and I'm like, I have to come back. My background, or I gave you my background, but I survived childhood sexual abuse. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Don't feel like you have to apologize. There's no need to apologize. I've processed it. I used that trauma to fuel myself to excel in school so that I could go on and study and get my degrees and return to this field so I could advocate for children who I see myself in, So I just want to say, I mean, I'm Black also. my dad was in the military, retired from the military. My parents divorced. So I'm just expressing all these childhood like risk factors, right? I got kicked out of high school for fighting. A lot of my friends were in different gangs, gangster disciples, vice lords, not necessarily Crips, but Latin Kings. And so
Latin Kings, that's bad. Yeah.
I was
Chicago?
exposed south of Chicago. See, if you talk to people from Chicago, they'll say, at least I'm not from Danville. I'm from Danville.
Yeah, when you said Latin Kings, I knew Chicago right off the bat. Yeah.
So south of Chicago, and a lot of my friends were involved with that. I knew kids who were killed in drive-bys, paralyzed, all that. And I had teachers tell me that I was worthless. I've had my guidance counselor told me that I wasn't going to get into my preferred university because I got into a fight, and advised me to become a nanny, which is simply a black domestic, right? So yeah, I've experienced all those odds, but I can say now that I faced them, and I used my trauma to educate myself, empower myself, and put myself in these types of conversations so that I can help spread awareness so that there are no more children who experience what I experienced. Does that make sense? So this child, and she's a child, has been forced to cope in a situation that no child deserves to be in, but the reality is this happens a lot more frequently than we talk about, right?
Yes.
And so to boil it down to, would you rather have her on the streets or in detention, when none of us, and I can say that confidently, have the same understanding of what the streets mean, and none of us have the same understanding of what detention means. And that's only because we all come from different jurisdictions, different states, where, different economies. I come from a fairly wealthy state, so we put a lot of resources into, juvenile rehabilitation. We don't even call it juvenile detention. We call it rehabilitation. And we put more focus on providing skills so that they don't end up as an adult in an incarcerated situation, right? But I can't say, sorry?
I said, or on the streets.
Or on the streets. Or like what I heard you say, end up in the military, right?
No, the military was a good thing. That was a
I'm not saying. I meant that as an option of like the go between.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get.
Oh, I love that. Best thing ever. Yeah.
And in some ways, I could make the argument that, being in the military, because my dad was in the military and I remembered the contracts and all that stuff, is a form of detention, if you will, voluntary. But you really don't have much say in how you live your life, essentially, once you sign that contract. But
I'll put it this way. And I don't mean to interrupt, and I apologize, but because of the military for a moment, the military is what you make of it. Right. Yes, there is an aspect where you are limited on what you can do and how you can live. Right. But you're also getting a constant paycheck, and healthcare and all this kind of stuff is not the best healthcare. Trust me. Don't get me started. But it's also an aspect where you are giving money. You're given money every year to go and get an education. Right. Like they will literally throw money at you to go and get your degree. Right. And for someone who grows up in a very economically poor situation, it doesn't necessarily have to be a black person or whatever, because there's a lot of white guys. Like I grew up with the fucking white ghettos and all this kind of stuff in North Texas, where these guys were like, trailer park, all this kind of fun stuff, right? And you can take a person from any situation that has the propensity to do better, put them in a place like the military, and they can flourish like crazy. Sorry, did I lose it? Did we lose her?
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, that was unintentional. Sorry. I was totally listening. Sorry.
But I'm saying, like, the military to me is like one of those great aspects, because you don't have to spend your entire life like I did in the military, right? I've had so many junior sailors of multiple backgrounds that they were coming to me and they've been, spent like 4 or 8 years or whatever. And I'm like, just do me a favor, get your degree before you get out. Let the military pay for it and then get out of the military because it's not your gig. But let them pay for your education so that when you walk out of here, you have something on top of your military experience to take with you. And I seen, like I said, like I had that story about my my master chief, right? That I knew him when he was a first class, like 20 years ago, and he wrote a book, and you can go look it up on Amazon. It's called Essay to Master Jefe, right? And it's his aspect of getting out of Los Angeles gangs, like one of the toughest gang areas in the United States. And I remember seeing him with the tats and all this kind of stuff when I saw him the first time as a first class, and I went to my language school the first time. And like he and I are still friends, and he has made it a point to do what you're doing and take the aspects and the experiences that he said and go, listen, you don't have to live this life. Because trust me, I was there. I was a fucking gang mayor. I was a gang banger and all this kind of stuff, and I fucking left and joined the military.
You were a gangbanger?
No, not me, but my buddy.
Oh.
But I grew up in North Texas. I ain't gang banging nothing.
I was like, what, cowboy?
No, man, no.
Oh no, I don't. I'm going to say this in a way that's weird, but I love the military, not in the uber patriotic sense that a lot of people say I love the military. But like you're saying, I'm Black. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. My dad served 20 plus years from Vietnam through the Gulf War. But I say this because the military was how my family escaped generational poverty.
Yeah.
And it to sign, and the part of me that's like, oh, but you have to sign your life away for 8 years, and yes, you can die in exchange for the benefits, but I'm okay with all the benefits and they deserve more for that sacrifice, right? So I wish more people would consider the military. I know that a lot of people can't because of physical ailments or whatnot. But yeah, I think it's a viable option. So I just want to clear that up. I have nothing against the military. It's more so that I understand it's a contract. Once you sign away your life or two for 8 years, etc.
The one true thing about the military is this, is that when you sign up for the military, you sign a blank check for your life to this government, right? And I will never sugarcoat that. I'll never, pretend that it's not real, that you can be put in real harm, real danger if you sign for the military. But there are benefits, on the other hand, to doing the same thing, right? And it's not going to land you in prison. It's not going to land you with a record. It's not going to land you with a lot of things where, people feel that they have to join something. And this could be join anything. Like, it doesn't have to be a gang. It could be a religious sect. It could be fucking anything, right? And so I know the biggest problem we talk about is like gangs and all this kind of stuff. And it could be any kind of gang. Like there are white extremists out there, right? They join up with and all this kind of stuff that promise them this, that, and the third. The same way gangs do, in East LA, or fucking the Crips and the Bloods, or the Latin Kings, or MS-13, or whatever, right? And but you can get out of that. You can get out of that because I've seen it happen. I've watched these people. I've heard these stories of people being able to overcome that in order to get out, and they join like the military, or they are able to surpass their whatever economic or whatever shortfalls they have in order to become something. And I'd rather support that 100% than fall back in this aspect where, oh, well, you've done this and now you're fucking labeled as it for fucking ever. Whether you grew up on the streets or whether you grew up in a fucking, we had this, oh man, I'm not going to get into military stories right now, but I could. I've seen guys come from poverty, right? I've seen guys come from the worst sides of Chicago. I've seen guys come from the worst sides of Los Angeles. I've seen guys come from the worst sides of the fucking backwoods, fucking Kentucky, right? Join the military and make something of themselves. And the military is the only example that I have because I am obviously, you know, I was a lifelong military member. But it doesn't mean that the military is the only way. But the thing is, it can happen. It can happen. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I got my soapbox. I apologize.
No need to apologize to me. I agree with you. I agree. I feel bad because I feel like I might have shut down Nick, and I am just a guest here, and I didn't mean to do that, so I apologize.
Don't think that. Please don't think that. Not at all.
And I hope you didn't. And I hope you didn't think that what I was saying was like thinking that you thought the military was bad. No, I hope you don't take that from what I said, please.
No,
that's not how I took your comment.
I mean, I stand firm, and I still think that this, you know, being in a detention center or something like that is safer than being on the streets. It's just, that's my opinion. It's not going to change, but I understand what you guys are coming from. I can, you know what I mean? I can agree to disagree, and I can then also understand and take what you guys are saying and take it in, and you know what I mean? That's what this is all about.
Well,
that's what's great about this panel.
It was like, God, like 20 years ago, whatever, they did a study, and there were guys that were on the streets, right? There were guys that were on the streets that were paying.
They said, Navy, don't be up here recruiting and shit. We ain't trying to recruit.
I know, right? I can't help it. I love my Navy, right? I love my Navy, but
Army vets, they look at you up there trying to recruit.
I'm just saying, if you want to join the military, join the Navy. Let me know. I'll you know, whatever. But no, there was a study done, and this was like national news. Like it had to been like 20, maybe 30 years ago, right? Where they were looking at panhandlers that were in, I think it was like New York, and these motherfuckers were bringing home like $80,000, $90,000 a year from panhandling, right? And so they were living on the streets. And they were out there, you know, all this kind of stuff. And they would show that these guys were actually making so much money because people would rather just throw money at them than fucking talk to them, right? Because, oh, you know, I'm just going to do this and it makes them feel good or whatever. And they would throw, like, you know, all these bills at them. And these motherfuckers were making a ton of cash. And of course, it was fucking cash. So they didn't have to declare any of it, right? So there is an aspect where, depending on where you are, and that's why I say it's a subjective fucking question, right? Because it really fucking is. When it depends on where you are, what the situation is, depending on the street versus juvie or, you know, whatever, right? You can't just say, well, you know, would you choose one or the other? Well, you know, if the juvie system in New York is fucking horrible, and then I can go panhandle on the street and make 80 grand a year, right? Which is not a lot in New York, but it's enough to, you know, buy some food and do some
I'm talking about this circle's turning tricks. This is a whole different. You're getting in a car with a grown man.
Even if you're fucking turning tricks, I mean, the problem is.
Listen, that video since it's been up since he put it up the second time, it's got almost 8,000. It's got 7,500 views, so about 8,000 views on it already. It's been like 2 hours. Can you imagine how many views is going to be on it when you get up in the morning?
Well, you can't tell me that there's not somebody
going.
Well, you can't tell me there's not somebody out there who's seen this video or anything else who has.
No, but I feel like Mark Lade, I can't help but think that he knows what he's doing, and there's going to be men that fucking watch that over and over and over again because of the way she, you know, was sitting there, the way she was dressed, the way she handled her. You know what I mean? Yeah, they put it back up. Hell yeah, they did. I just had it. Girl, that's what I said. YouTube took it down for a community guidelines strike, and then they put it back up. He put it back up, but he blurred the fucking picture. Look, this bastard.
I gotta wonder if he's got a little predilection himself.
I don't know if it's true.
It makes you wonder, don't it?
And
look how she just looks so fucking uncomfortable. God damn, she looks so uncomfortable in this fucking video too. Here, I'm gonna flip this on real quick. I'm not gonna leave it on, but I'm gonna flip it on and show you exactly what I'm talking about. See, look how she goes. Look how she's sitting. She's got her arms crossed, almost like protect herself. You know what I mean? And
look,
it's still up. Look at this.
Man. It looks even worse.
7,435 and going. That's been 4 hours.
It looks even worse. It looks like she's not wearing anything.
But he turned the comments off because they were on. So he turned the
They
comments
were
off.
ripping him a new fucking asshole.
They were ripping him a new
I guarantee
asshole.
you,
Oh, fucking right they
somebody,
was. Oh, yeah,
somebody
they
said
was.
this
We just
earlier.
read
Like,
some of them on here.
Go to his fucking Patreon. I guarantee you go to his fucking Patreon, you get unblurred pictures, right?
For $10 a
Yeah,
month,
he
you
said
can
the
look
original
at her.
video will be there.
Yeah, and that's fucking. To me, he should be arrested for that alone because that in and of itself is trafficking those images of an underage child. In my opinion.
And see that, Nick, that's where that's kind of why I hopped up here is, it's like, you know, it's a really hard question to say, should we take her off the streets or should we put her in juvie? Because there's so many different factors. She's with a tragedy pimp right now that is exploiting her. He might have bought her lunch. He didn't give her a shirt. I'm sure he gave her a bottle of water, maybe. And he also asked her how she made money. And he let her explain what she does on her Instagram. And he let that roadmap for the sickos all out here in this world to be able to find her on her Instagram.
Right. That means they can go look her Instagram up, get a hold of her, and go have a night out on the town with her.
He's basically her
So
billboard.
Yeah, exactly. And he's
exactly.
got 5 million fucking subsubscribers. So yeah, that's a big goddamn billboard if you ask me.
And she's on the street right now. And she's on the street right now. It's
He
dangerous.
not only to me, I'm sorry, this is CP. I'm sorry, that's what I feel like it is. I don't care what anybody says, that's what it is. And so he not only did that, but he also exploited and put her in even more danger because he didn't bring light to her story. He exploited her. And the lady that's on panel, I'm so sorry, I don't know your name, but you have my respect that you took your scars and you made them strong. You became a stronger person and you gave back. And the fact that you gave back and that you can relate and help somebody else out that could have been in your situation, I truly applaud you. You are a hero. Thank you. Really, I do. I just want to hop up and say that. I'm getting a sore throat.
Yes.
So, but you know, the focus needs to be on, you know, not the, to me, not the battle of, you know, where she needs to be. You know, let we can all have our opinions and everything, and we can agree to disagree and everything. But my rage is with this piece of shit that exploited this child. It's with the mother that allowed it.
He's just another man exploiting her. That's all he is.
Right. But Nick, this is what this is what I'm saying. He put her in more danger than the streets or than juvie. So that's where my anger goes right now.
She's on the streets. That's why she was able to do that.
She is on the streets, but you know where she's at right now after him? She's on the world. She's on the World Wide Web forever. And you know, and the panelist, you know what else? I don't know if you know this. Her dream is she wants to be a public defender. Now tell me what's going to happen when they go back, when she applies to law school. Tell me that this is sickening. This is forever. And this girl is going to, if she wants to be a lawyer after this, after what he did, she is going to have to go back. And yeah, she's going to have to go back and possibly change her identity. And she is a victim. She has that right to, but it's sad that she has to.
She is
So
a victim, 100%.
my outrage isn't with the system or even the mother, because she could be a very broken person. She has to be to let her daughter, whatever. But this piece of shit that makes money off of her and probably will blur out the see-through bra and put it on his this year's cover of his coffee table book, yeah, that's where I have an issue. So I'm gonna hop down because I'm getting a sore throat. So, but yeah, I want to know what can be done about him. If the panelists that could tell us, like, you know, what I mean, can we write anybody and say, when is this gonna? This is, I mean, yes, this was a child, and yes, in my opinion, it was CP, but this, he's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And how old will the next person be that he exploits? You know, that's what I want to focus. I want to. I'll pray for her, but I'm gonna pray on him, and that's two different things. So anyway, but that's where I stand on it, and it makes me sick. So thank you for letting me up, Queen. I'm gonna go gargle with some salt water.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you.
You are a beautiful, strong woman, and I truly I get choked up hearing people that friends of mine have had struggles, and they've come out of those struggles, and there are a lot stronger people that have never had a struggle. So I really appreciate you giving back. That's a true giving heart and a person of service. So thank you so much. I wish we had more people like you, and thank you so much for clicking that link.
Yeah.
I really, really, really appreciate it. And I'm sorry, what's your name? I'm sorry.
It's Siobhan.
Siobhan. Okay. It is so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
I'm Roro. I'm Rowena. So come over to the Hive more often, but I'll be down in chat. But thank you so much. But yeah, I want to know what we can do to this tragedy POS with 5 million stubs. So I'd like some direction on that. Can we write people? Who can we reach out to? Are there I don't know. Are there like committees, commissions? Are there other
Well, I think that's why he made his own website, because I think he feels it coming down. They're starting to censor him a lot, and I think he knows he's not going to go doing the platform.
Well, I think he needs to be censored more, because apparently he's not censored enough, because he put a 13-year-old in a see-through bra and giving a roadmap to her Instagram sites where she sells sex tapes. So that's not enough. So I just didn't. I'm gonna hop down, but I didn't know if there's like any places that we could like send emails or reach out
Instagram, you can hit
to
up
help this
any
to,
platform she's on. Any platform she's on, you can hit up.
Well, I'm talking about like.
No, I see where you're going,
like,
and
him.
I think
as
there
far as
has
action on him.
Laws have to change. At the core of it, right? YouTube has exploded, and I think it became uncharted, or it has reached uncharted territory in terms of the law. It has, social media in general has exploded faster than the law has been able to.
Well,
yes.
Okay.
And so I think in this situation, I became aware of Queen Bee because of other controversies involving some litigation, and one particular what's her name? She's no longer on the platform. She used to be part of that clique. I think you all know who. The quote unquote life coach.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So that's how I became aware of this panel, because of that and the issues surrounding that. But what she did to, and I'm sorry to pull up these skeletons, right? But what she did to Marvon and that family and the children involved there, right?
And continues to.
And continues to, and then I don't want to go into that territory, but that situation, creators are desperate to get the views because they are so financially tied to those views, right?
Yes.
Something has to change. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to see an amping up of, okay, well, if he's done this, I have to do this so that I can get twice as many views as he.
Right. That
So
bar is constantly being raised, and it's constantly, well, it's being lowered. I say
yeah,
raised, but it's really lowered how low they will go.
I know I'm going to get dragged for this, but I was part of a community where people were conversing about exchanging illicit substances in Yahoo, or not Yahoo, YouTube chat. People
That
are
is
actually,
surprising.
and it should be surprising, right? I mean, yeah, I question who thinks that's smart to do that on a public platform. But in reality is there is no one enforcing anything. It's hard to do because of the multiple jurisdictions involved. But really, yeah, that's what needs to change, is that YouTube is really the kind of the Wild West, and people are out with their own personal vendettas, and there's no end in sight. And I just see, more exploitation happening, and I see more violence, I think, occurring or being shown on the platform, and that's worrisome.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Are there any groups that are like any groups that kind of work with to get laws changed, to work with good lobbyists to set forth where's the bottom of the getting laws changed that we can start? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where to start. I mean, I ain't starting with YouTube. They don't care.
So I think it's Illinois. Someone may know for sure, but Illinois, I think they're proposing, or they have passed a law about youth creators or something like that. Maybe someone can help me out, but it does start with the state, I think.
Yes, it does. You start local.
You can start with the
100%.
state, and that applies pressure. I mean, if you've ever signed a contract or a waiver or disclaimer, if you drill down into the language, it'll say if you live in Washington, if you live in Oregon, if you live in California, each law will or each state will have its own laws. And so I think maybe starting locally is the easiest option. However, I think the more impactful way is to what is it? Someone help me out. What's the name of the commission that actually for like TV? Is it that? Which one is it for the TV and media?
Federal Communications Commission.
I think going to them and asking about that.
Okay, what's it called? The Federal Communication System?
Yeah, the FCC. No, the FCC.
Oh, the
Federal
FCC.
Communications
Okay,
Commission.
the FCC. Okay.
But and here's what I recommend. Right, here's what I recommend is because, and I'm going to get on a soapbox for a second. There's a thing called the 10th Amendment. Right, the 10th Amendment gives states a ton of power and autonomy. Right, get your local people in your state to sit there and say, we're not going to allow this kind of stuff to be broadcast on the internet here in this state, right? And get your governor, right, to vote to go, because there's a thing called what do they call it? The Commission of Governors or whatever, where the governors from all 50 states meet with the president.
Right.
And they push the aspect of what's going on. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Going federal is not gonna help anything, because it gets lost in the fucking sauce.
Right. I just didn't know, like,
if you want to get something changed, get a hold of your local representatives in the state, and get a hold of your local, whatever local congressional body you have. Get them to put in an act that they will not allow this stuff to happen. They're going to go after it and all this kind of stuff, and then allow your governor to fight for your state to do the same thing on the federal level.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't. I didn't think about the FCC. I didn't even think about them, but I knew there had to be some kind of commission.
Well, the problem is, okay, so right now, and I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent. The problem is with social media platforms like Meta, which runs Facebook and all this kind of stuff, or YouTube and this and third with Google and all this kind of stuff, is that they branch this. They kind of branch this fucking fence between publisher and platform, right? Now, the way it's understood, if you go look this up, when it comes to a publisher and platform. A platform, easily defined, would be like your phone company, right? So if I'm on the phone with you and we're going through AT&T and I make like, serious, threats about this and the third, I can't hold AT&T accountable because they're just a platform, right? Now, publisher is like your New York Times, like your New York Post and all this kind of stuff, right? So if they publish something that's dangerous or whatever, they are held liable, right? So if someone said like someone did something defamatory in a New York Times post or whatever, you can actually sue the New York Times because of this aspect. The problem that we have when it comes to YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and all this kind of stuff is they branch this aspect of being both a publisher and a platform at the same time. And they claim to be able to regulate what's going on with their, the content coming out, but they also claim that they're a platform, so they can't be held responsible for whatever content that kind of seeps through, right? And that is one of the things you can handle at a local level and argue with your local senators and your local representatives and your governor to sit there and say, listen, we don't want these people to be a publisher / platform anymore. They need to be held accountable for this crap coming out, right? Either they can let everything come through, or they can let, they can choose what comes through, but when they do choose, they can be held liable. Because right now, YouTube and everybody else cannot be held liable for shit that gets published on their platform.
Yeah, I don't want to hold YouTube liable for this. I want to hold Mark, the piece
Well,
of
but the
shit,
thing is, the only way to
responsible.
do that is if you can put pressure upon YouTube to hold him accountable, right?
Right, I know. It's a big cycle.
It is
I'm
a
gonna
big
hop
cycle, but it
down.
starts at the local level. So start the fight
Yeah.
at your local level, right?
Oh,
And get them to
yeah.
understand.
I write my local level a lot.
Yeah. So in stitching, here's the thing though, is that when you are a platform, you say that you can't control anything. When you're a publisher, you say that yes, everything on me with the servers or whatever I control, right? And I know that I'm gonna be able to censor whatever I want. The way that they do it is that they claim both, right? It's been legislated, but it's also been argued against. And they allow them to skirt the fence, which is one of the arguments, because the thing is that the government has, I'm not going to get into this. Anyway, what I'm saying is that argue this at the local levels, that they are not both platform and publisher, and, get this put up to the federal level, because that is the problem. They claim to be private entities doing this, but private entities like the New York Times and everything else are still held liable for everything that's said on their platform, right?
And then I would also like to know, are they insured, or what type, as a corporation, they should have insurance, right? And so I'm wondering if writing the policy holder, I don't know what you call it, but if YouTube has an insurance, and it should, right? I'm just thinking this through. This has just popped into my mind. I'm wondering if writing a letter to that policy holder expressing concerns, because sometimes it takes. So do you know how and why P. Diddy had to step aside from his corporations? It was because of insurance, right? It wasn't necessarily, he lost his ability to be insured. And so I think maybe going at the heart of, going at their insurance, thinking this through, or just spitting it out, actually, I'm not even thinking this through. I wonder if that would effectuate change also.
I never even thought about that prospect or anything on here. Never.
Dynamite, the thing is, like, you say they're not publishers, right? But the problem is, when it comes to what was defined as a publisher, is that they have the ability to edit or get rid of things that are on their platform, right? And so as a publisher, like, you have the right as a publisher, like, let's say, like, once again, the New York Times, if someone writes an inflammatory article, you have the right, because of the fact that you're held liable for whatever is put out on your platform, that you have the right to discriminate against what is put out and what's not put out. So yes, they do this all the time. YouTube does this all the fucking time. Hello, fucking catchwords and catchphrases that get a stream demonetized or whatever, they are 100% publishers. They are 100% publishers. Because if they can tell you that you can't say certain words, right? Otherwise, you're going to get demonetized. You can't talk about certain subjects because you're going to get demonetized. YouTube is 100% a fucking publisher. However, they skirt the line between publisher and platform when it comes to their legal liability to what happens on this platform. And so they are 100% publishers because they retain the right to restrict the freedom of speech, right? Which is what a publisher does, but yet claim that they can't be held liable for what's going on in their channels because they're a platform.
Like even when you delete something on YouTube, they have it. You know, you can't do wild.
Yep, it's not. Yep, it's not the same. The thing is that they are the overall overseer. I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but they are the overseers of everything that goes out on fucking YouTube, and because they have the ability to edit what happens on their platform, they are publishers. That is literally the definition of a publisher. I can put out whatever I want. Like any editorial commentary person can submit an article to the New York Times. Now they can decide whether or not to run with it or to get rid of it or whatever. And it's the same thing YouTube is doing when you put out something they don't like and they demonetize you, or they strike a video, or they cut down your channel. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So yes, they are publishers. Now you may be the writer, you may be the originator of said content, but they are the ones who are allowing it to be actually published on YouTube. Because that's what Google controls, is your ability to actually publish things on YouTube. So yes, they are publishers. And because of that, they can also claim to be a platform and not be able to be liable to things like violations of their own TOS, right? Which is what's happened with a lot of channels. Anyway, go ahead. I apologize. I got on a rant.
Thank you, Queen, for
I
letting
gotta
me
jump
up.
down myself. Yeah, it's getting late.
I gotta go gargle with salt water. I will see y'all later. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good night. Merry Christmas.
Hey, can I?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
One last thing. What I wanted to really say or finish with is, just because she, as a child, was victimized and exploited does not mean that will hinder her ability to get into law school or become a public defender. In fact, I would argue she is more likely to get into law school because of that history.
Good.
Well, hopefully, the only problem is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chauvin, but as long as she doesn't have a felony as an adult. Because wouldn't a felony, if she has a felony record as an adult, it would prevent her from actually being able to become a lawyer, right?
No, well, let's see.
I don't know that answer, but she's 13 now.
So you have to go through, right. That's a good point. She's underage. If she was ever charged with anything, she will be able to expunge that.
Right, as long as she doesn't continue this into past the age of like whatever state she's in, because there's different ages of adulthood, right?
But there's plenty of stories of attorneys who were incarcerated previously who became attorneys afterwards. So you do have to do a
count, right?
I don't know. I don't want to speak definitively on that because I do know. So you hear about jailhouse lawyers, but there are some who are able to eventually go and get their law degree. I don't know whether or not they are able to practice with a full license. I don't know because there's so many jurisdictions.
I think it's the aspect of like you can get a law degree. Like it doesn't matter. Like you could be a fucking full-time murderer and get a law degree. Whether or not you can actually apply to the bar, and get admitted to the bar, I think is the one issue. But I could be wrong. I'm sorry.
Right, and what I guess what I'm getting at is just like any law, circumstances change.
Yeah.
So they have to do a background. I took the bar exam one time.
Sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
So you can practice law after a felony. You will have to overcome certain obstacles. Many states will require you to wait several years after your conviction to get your law license. Others may require you to have your civil rights fully restored before practicing.
Okay.
I got to roll, guys. Great
All right,
conversation.
man. We'll catch you later.
Later,
Jules,
bye.
out of here too.
Yeah, I'm about to cut out. I'm gonna go gargle. I'll be listening. I'll be in chat. I'm gonna go gargle with some hot water.
Siobhan, can I ask you a question? Because I'm looking at the way your name's spelled. Is that the Irish spelling?
Yes,
Okay.
it
That's what I
is
thought.
indeed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that either. It's very pretty name.
Because when I heard you pronounce it, and I watched, because I've been studying Gaelic, and it's one of the languages I want to learn, right? Because my family's Irish and Dutch, and so yeah. So when I saw you actually say your name, and I looked at the way you spelled it, I was like, that's got to be the fucking Irish. That's got to be the Celtic spelling. Yeah.
Yes, I actually lived in Ireland, and I got my master's there. So, yeah,
Really, that's amazing.
good time
So
there.
we said you were black. So
And it's my
which part of your
escape
family? Which
plan.
side of your family?
Well, I could go down a deep history, but in a nutshell, my dad's side, Black and Native, my mom's side, Black and Irish.
Oh, nice. Okay, good deal. Good deal.
But pulling up the history, but if you are aware of how the Irish were treated when they first immigrated to the United States, they were slightly above slaves because we're talking about the 1840s.
Very slightly. Yeah.
Yes, they
I
were
know the way.
free. But yeah, they still received a lot of discrimination, and so what that meant was there was frequent intermarriage between Irish and enslaved folk, and so I mean Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. No,
I could probably go through a list of Black individuals with Irish last names, or and Irish heritage because of just the multiple generations of intermarriage. So yeah.
That's awesome. No, I mean, and I love it. I love the way names spelled. Like the reason I recognize it as it was amazing. I was like, how did I pronounce that name? And then when you told her, I was like, that is so cool because I'm Irish myself. Like I have Irish, ancestry and Dutch ancestry, and so, yeah, no, it's amazing. It's awesome.
Night Navy, night Queen, night Siobhan. Nice to meet you. Thank you for all your work. That was
Night,
Nick.
We'll catch you later. Jules, you out of here too?
I'm surprised she's not sleeping yet.
I say she probably is because she ain't said nothing. I asked her twice.
Jules, you there? Babe. Oh.
I'll take her down.
Okay. Good night, guys. Tomorrow
We'll see you
it
later,
is.
man.
Yes.
Night.
Thug life.
Thug life. Oh my god.
I know, and
with
like a
your
little
fucking braids.
just saying that shit when he yells it.
Those fucking braids, man.
Can I ask
just makes
you?
me laugh.
Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
Are you familiar with Gary Glitter?
No.
So this is like my soapbox. So have you heard of the song "Rock and Roll Forever" Part 2? I know everybody knows
it. It rings a bell, but I don't. Yeah.
So it's that song. If you go to sport games, it's that da 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 da. You know that song?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, okay. It's actually the refrain, the Hey song. I think everybody calls it the Hey song. So it's made by Gary Glitter.
Okay.
Gary Glitter is serving a life sentence for producing what the topic that we're talking about.
Are you serious?
So he was this. I am completely serious. So he was a glam rock star like David Bowie, right? From England. And Google Rock and Roll Part 2. Once you hear that song, you will recognize it because it's played every single game, whether it's, high school, professional, college, everybody plays this Hey song, right? But it's made by a guy who videotaped himself victimizing children as young as like 2 and 4. And
Jesus.
a lot of people don't know that. And there's this song that's so popular, and yet at the same time, and I guess what I'm getting at is like it's so pervasive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know the song that we're talking about
Child
here.
exploitation.
You'll know exactly what we're talking about, Navy. Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what she's talking about.
So that.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I played football in high school. Like I remember. Yeah.
Okay.
So that song made by this guy, he was one of those individuals who would fly to like Asian countries, thinking if he went to countries where the laws aren't as strict as England, he wouldn't be caught up in the laws, but he was wrong. So now, yeah, he's serving a life sentence for that. But it's so fascinating because every time I hear this song, and I love hockey and basketball, every time I hear it, immediately that's what I think of, and how people are cheering on this
The
song.
rise
And I'm
and
like,
fall
do you know? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, here it is. Here's the rise and fall of him. Here you go.
Gary Glitter. Paul Francis Gadd, best known by his stage name Gary Glitter, was nothing less than an idol for a lot of music lovers during the 1970s and 80s. The former glam rock singer enjoyed immense fame and success after topping music charts and billboards for years through his songs. Glitter's energetic live concerts and extremely glam rock appearance were another reason for making people crazy about him. But despite achieving so much success during the starting years of his career, the icon's ending did not go too well. Gary's reputation became irreparably tarnished after he was arrested in 1997 for downloading a significant amount of child pornography. He was later convicted and imprisoned by the court for his crimes in 1999. Gary's downfall was described as dramatic and spectacular by the BBC at that time. After that, it was all trouble for Gary, as he was charged and arrested multiple times in multiple countries for different counts of child abuse. Once a role model, he turned into a public figure of hate real quick, and his
Yeah, there you go.
Ruins it for me. Just ruins it. But yeah, I just
they
wanted
said
to
he
share
got.
that because
Okay, hold on. He already got released. Wow.
They released him. Oh, I wonder if it was
Lady
during
Tara said
the,
he
you know,
got
the.
released. I didn't know that.
Oh my goodness. I wonder, do you know if he went back to England or? Yeah, I would assume. Oh, okay.
I would guess he went
I'm
to
on a quest.
Thailand.
I'm gonna have to find out. But I would think they would expel him after he served his sentence. If they release him, if
This
he
is what
served
it
his sentence,
says.
I would
Former
not.
pop star Gary Glitter was released from prison in England on Friday, February 3rd, after serving half of a 16-year sentence for essaying 3 girls in the 1970s.
Jesus.
Yeah, so there's that.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've been on here.
Yeah, trigger warning for the replay. Yeah.
I'm gonna shut it down. I'm getting tired. We've been on here a while, and I'm losing my energy here.
I thank you for the opportunity to come up. My usual name is Krusty Drawers.
Yes.
So I know.
Nice.
I know. So I'm used to it. But thank you for allowing me up. I appreciate it, and I hope you all have a good weekend. Bye bye.
You as well. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, Navy, for coming up as well.
Thank you for having me up as always.
All right, we'll talk to you later. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll catch you in Discord if you guys want to hang out. I'll pop in there for a little bit. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. Since we didn't have a chance to go over the Ryan Epchurch thing, we're gonna do that tomorrow. So if you guys get time or you want to chill, you want to hang out, something like that, whatever, I'll be on here in the morning. We'll do that tomorrow, since we never got a chance to. All right, y'all. Have a good night. I'll catch you on the flip side, baby.